was off longer than I was expecting. Regardless, we're gonna go kill Oceanid at least once. And then we're gonna pick a story quest. I think I'm not gonna talk this time.
It is something of a luxury, but I love listening to the rain from the courtyard.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chainsa. Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
I see everything! Right now.
Stabilize!
Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless.
Solidify!
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Gather! I will have order!
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Emerge. Right here. Right now.
Gather!
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold.
Stabilize!
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Solidify!
Emerge.
As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Where do you want to go next?
You're also here
If
for
you'd like to
Mondstadt
see
Corner.
Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
What happened this time?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Academia? What happened this time?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
What happened this time?
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
The Academia?
But where are those who share the memory?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
The Academia? What happened this time?
And a radish veggie one at these troubles.
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
The Academia?
fascinating.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
The academia? What happened this time?
Star-Snatched Cliff is known for its views.
Did you hear what happened? It's the academy.
Which should I choose?
Ancient alchemy.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
And a radish veggie soup.
The academia?
You're also here
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
and a radish veggie soup.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
The academia?
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. It's the academy.
Don't want to add to Anthony's troubles.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Welcome. How can I help you?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. It's the academy.
Don't want to add to Anthony's troubles. And a radish veggie soup. Which should I choose?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Welcome. How can I help you?
The academia?
Did you hear what happened? It's the academy.
Where do you want to go
Star-Snatched
next?
Cliff is known for its views.
If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Did you hear what happened? It's the academy.
The academia?
You're also here for Mondstadt's wine.
Hear my wishes. Which should I choose?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The
Did you
academia?
hear what happened? It's
What
the
happened
academy.
this time?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
The academia? What happened
Hear my
this time?
wishes.
Did you hear what happened? It's the academy. Ancient alchemy.
Every
truly
journey
is
has its
fascinating.
final day. Don't rush.
Welcome. How can I help you?
The academia?
alchemy truly is fascinating.
Which should I choose? The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
The academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
Did you hear what happened?
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
I guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Neighboring nation of Liyue has the most
But where are those who share the memory?
Happened this time?
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia. 15, 16. Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia. Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The neighboring nation of
The
Liyue
academia?
has the most prosperous commercial port
What
in
happened
all of
this
Tibet.
time?
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
15, 16. Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The academia? Ugh, what happened this
The
time?
neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. Will make you better.
The academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth, and those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
The academia?
But where are those who share the memory?
Welcome. How can I help you?
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia. Ancient alchemy truly is
The
fascinating.
academia? Ugh, what happened this
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
That's a nice haul.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
It's the academia.
But where are those who share the memory?
Truly is fascinating. 15, 16. That's a nice haul.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
The academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots,
Did you hear what happened?
I have a few references.
Ugh, what happened this time?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Did you hear what happened? It's the Academia.
The Academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
15, 16. Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
As the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Did you hear what happened? It's the Academia.
The Academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Ancient alchemy.
But where are those who share the memory?
16.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
The Academia? Ugh, what happened this
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
I will make you better. Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. Did you hear what happened? It's the Academia.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
I'm sorry, I've paused for a while. I'm getting some people fucking insulting me and being arseholes to me right now. It's very annoying. Very, very annoying.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
The Academia?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. It's the Academia. Hannah, I will make you better.
Welcome. How can I help you?
The Academia? What happened this time?
Did you hear what happened? It's the Academia. Hannah, ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Welcome. How can I help you?
The Academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Did you hear what happened? It's the Academia. 15,
Welcome.
16.
How can I help
Ancient
you?
alchemy truly is fascinating.
The Academia?
Where do you want to go next?
What happened this
If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots,
Did you hear
I have a few references.
Welcome. How can
ancient
I help you?
alchemy truly is
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
I will make
But where are those who share the memory?
Did you hear what happened? It's the
The
Academia.
Academia? Ugh, what happened this time?
Every journey has its final day.
Neighboring nation of
Don't
Liyue
rush.
has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. Did you hear what happened? It's the Academia.
The Academia? Ugh, what
The
happened
neighboring
this
nation
time?
of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. I will make you better.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
The academia? What happened this time?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. 16. That's a nice haul. Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
The neighboring nation of Liyue has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
The academia? What happened this time?
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
15, 16. Did you hear what happened? That's a nice haul.
The academia?
The neighboring
What
nation of
happened this
Liyue
time?
has the most prosperous commercial port in all of Tibet.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. Did you hear what
The
happened?
academia?
It's the academia.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The academia? What happened this time?
Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views.
How can I help you?
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
And a radish veggie soup.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
The academia?
How can I help you?
What happened this time?
Snatch Cliff is known for its views.
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
The academia? What happened this time?
Here are my wishes.
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia. Ancient alchemy truly is
And a
fascinating.
radish veggie soup.
Where do you want to go next?
Welcome.
If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
The academia? What happened this time?
Did you hear what happened? It's the ancient alchemy.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
And a radish veggie
But where are those who share the memory?
Star Snatch Cliff is known for its views.
Snatched Cliff is known for its heroes.
First a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
The Academia? What happened this
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
The Academia? What happened?
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Lior tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Which should I choose? Fountain. What are my wishes?
Did you hear what
The
happened?
Academia?
It's the academia.
What happened this time?
A radish veggie soup.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots,
Truly is
I have a few references.
Here are my wishes.
The Academia? What happened this time?
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Lior tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
The Academia? What happened this
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Star Snatched Cliff is known for its views.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Which should I choose?
Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
The Academia?
Welcome. How can I help you?
What happened this
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
You're also here for Mondstadt's wine, aren't you?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
I don't want to add to empty struggles.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. It's the academia. Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Fountain. Here are my wishes.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
It's the academia.
Star Snatched Cliff is known for its views.
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating.
Welcome. How can I help you?
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Lior tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle.
What happened this time?
Ancient alchemy truly is fascinating. Did you hear what happened? It's the academia.
God damn, dude. Just,
Osmanthus
I really
wine
liked
tastes
Outer
the
Worlds
same
Reddit
as I
community up
remember.
until like
But where
yesterday.
are those who share the memory?
Today it's gone even worse. There's some extremely toxic fucking people on there.
Ancient Alchemy truly is fascinating.
There's this one guy who made some bad faith criticism, and so I explained politely how that was bad, and they're now being incredibly fucking rude to me. Extremely fucking rude. And telling me that I'm the one being fucking rude. They said some blatantly invalid criticism, which I'm always against.
Where do you want to go next?
And so I corrected them
If you'd
completely
like to see
politely.
Leroy's tourist spots, I have
And
a few references.
they've said that I'm fucking demeaning other people's experiences, and they don't do that on the Outer Worlds fucking subreddit. That's fucking ridiculous. I spent hours making a fucking edit dedicated to the experiences of the Outer Worlds community. I've made fucking countless posts about fucking Reddit about people asking about people's experiences and discussing it with them, and discussing fucking lore and story and possible theories and stuff with them. It's fucking ridiculous, and that's a massive fucking insult to me. A massive fucking insult, 'cause it's the last thing I would ever fucking do, is demean someone with their fucking experiences of Outer Worlds.
Ancient Alchemy truly is
And a radish veggie soup.
Like, the only thing I would ever do is just, like, if they have, like, a really dumbass moment, I'd say, oh, that was dumb. Like you do for fucking anything. I wouldn't demean them for their fucking experiences to tell them they played the game wrong or anything fucking ridiculous like that. That's fucking ludicrous. And if you're saying that I can't say, oh, streamer blindness,
Boats are made for transferring commodities.
fuck off. That's not even what I was doing anyway.
Tend to stay a while.
What I was doing was literally just saying there's a thing that you can do here, and therefore your criticism is invalid. And then they're saying that I'm being fucking rude because I'm acknowledging that game mechanics fucking exist. And just because you don't use those game mechanics doesn't mean that the game's fucking designed poorly. And that's one person. The other fucking person, this has got me really fucking pissed off. This guy has been constantly fucking going off at me,
Osmanthus wine tastes the
making
same as
really
I
bad
remember.
criticism. I politely
But where are
fucking
those
dissected
who
each of his
share
points one by one and said how they're all bad. And again, fucking politely, and he went off at me, and he continues. He wants to fucking die on this rock. He keeps on making bad faith fucking criticism. And then calling fucking slight insults at me.
Every journey
And like
has its final
just
day.
refusing to fucking
rush.
admit when he's wrong, and constantly insisting that I'm fucking wrong when I've already logically fucking proven I'm right. I mean, up until just now, that was just kind of annoyance, but now he's started being fucking rude, and he's gone back and deleted some of his comments, where he said, like, factually incorrect shit, to make himself look better. So people can't see that, oh, he said some stuff which is just outright wrong, and then he insulted me for fucking correcting him on his criticism of the game, which is factually incorrect. You can't make fucking criticism which is fucking false. That's why a critical drinker is a fucking bastard.
Come take a look. Which
So he goes on about whatever the fuck he feels like, and he doesn't give a fuck about lying about it. Whether or not he's fucking racist or sexist or homophobic, he's a fucking bad critic 'cause he fucking lies when he feels like it. Regardless, that's a discussion for another time. There's one guy, for some reason I can't reply to him now. It might be because I blocked the person above him. Like, I responded to a person's comment who I then blocked, and then they replied to my comment to a blocked person, and so I think therefore I can't reply to this person now. It's just fucking done that massive insult to me I mentioned a minute ago. God fucking damn, like, this rapidly went from like my favourite gaming community to one of the worst experiences I've had with a gaming community. Fucking rapidly, in the span of a day. It's went from one of my favourite gaming communities to, fuck's sake, I kind of don't want to fucking interface with this community again. He's only like particularly two guys. So some other people like annoying me, but that's fine. They can go ahead and do that. They're not being malicious or anything. They're just doing stuff which annoys me. I'm not gonna fucking drag on them for that. But these two guys are being massive fucking cunts.
But where are those
And it is really fucking getting to me now, because they've been harassing me for like a day and a half. Some of them are blocked. Some of them I'm trying to fucking reason with, and they just absolutely fucking refuse. I'm utterly fucking furious. Let's fucking play a hangout event. Do a short one with someone I don't care about. So, Farazan. I think I want to leave Carves till last, because I think Carves will be my favourite. I know that Our Haven's in it. And Carve plus Our Haven is possibly my favourite. It's my second favourite character relationship in the game. Number one being A and Yaimiko. They're just fantastic together, Cave and Our Haven, but they don't get a lot of screen time. So yeah, well, that's been my last one to go out on a bang. Let's do Farazan. But goddamn, dude, especially knowing that I can't fucking respond to this guy now. So he's just fucking insulted me, and there's nothing I can do back. And by do back, I mean I can't fucking defend myself. Anyway, because I don't think he didn't just insult me. He said some more shit. Yeah. No, so he says, have you forgotten in which community you are posting? We don't belittle other players' experience.
Every
here.
journey has its final day.
Yeah, so he's...
Don't rush.
Not only is he insulting me by fucking claiming I'm belittling other players' experience, when all I said was that if you don't use this mechanic, then you're not using this mechanic, and that's your fault. Because it is. If a game tells you how to walk, it tells you to press the fucking left stick to walk. If Genshin Impact tells you you activate your glider by pressing A in the air, and when you don't press A to activate your glider in the air, you can't then complain that Genshin Impact doesn't tell you how to glide, because it fucking does. Right? That's what's fucking going on here. I don't think I'm anywhere near wrong for saying... for saying you can't criticise something like that. You can't, it's fucking ridiculous, it's baseless. At best, it just applies to like 0.0001% of people who are just that fucking stupid. But I don't think the game should be catered to a group that small. That's how you end up pleasing no one instead of trying to please everyone. And so he's insulted me, but he's also implying that what I'm saying is just completely invalid by saying it's just an insult. But he's not responded to what I've said. He knows he can't fucking respond because he's wrong. So instead he's just gone for an ad hominem fucking insult.
The same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Okay, so I said, once you use the scout to see the fact that the X works, and possibly the moments you need to be on the X, it's quite easy to infer that something XU upwards isn't going to XU upwards if there's already something above you stopping it from XU upwards. The game has many moments where it prompts you to shoot the scout through a gap. In the tutorial, it shows you can take photos for practical purposes. X mechanics, the Tower of X knowledge puzzle, the ship poster that is literally impossible to miss on every single loop that says you can use the scout to light up your environment, test your environment, find hazards, and so on. If you ignore all of that, and the fact the game is a sandbox that allows you to do whatever you want with your tools, whenever you want, it is entirely your own fault that you aren't using the Scout Launcher at least moderately effectively. I'm not saying someone is necessarily stupid for that, I'm saying it's their fault. If If they choose not
But
to
where
do
are
something,
those who
they're
share
choosing
the
not
memory?
to do something. They can't choose not to do something and then rag at the game if that thing isn't fucking happening. So that's fucking ludicrous, because they're the person stopping that from happening. Right? And so then he responds, saying, have you forgotten which community you're posting? We don't belittle other players' experience here.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
Fucking ridiculous.
Even though most of the academia's
No, that's quite
restrictions have significantly relaxed, I'm still a bit worried that the Matra might give her
I've had to
trouble.
deal with an intense amount of toxicity in my time, but this is amongst the worst. It's not the worst. Quite far from it. I mean, it's not fucking homophobia or racism and stuff. But it is almost as bad as standard game toxicity can get. It's just being wrong, refusing to admit that you're wrong, insulting other people that reasonably point out where you're wrong. It's just fucking beyond intellectual dishonesty. Well, at least these people don't have fucking... I'm not getting dogpiled or anything. And these are all comments under posts I made. I made a post, which I now really regret, asking people about like what they thought were missed opportunities. Some people gave some really good responses. Some people gave some kind of boring responses, but that's fine. And other people gave bad criticism, which I then responded to. And some people then didn't like the fact that I pointed out that they were wrong about something. And decided they want to ruin my next 2 days by fucking constantly insulting me about something I'd really rather not get insulted about. Outer Wilds is my #1 favourite game of all time. I don't have much of an issue with saying that. I fucking worship Outer Wilds. I do think there are, like, potential valid criticisms, of course. But if you're going to say something which is invalid, I'm gonna fucking call you out on it, as I would for anything else. I've even fucking called out invalid criticism of Destiny 2 before. I hate to fucking say it, but I have. Nowadays, I probably wouldn't, because I don't think the game even deserves that basic, lowest level of respect. I would still not be happy with people if they outright lied about Destiny 2 to criticize it. If they lied about it, it then makes everyone that criticizes it look bad. So I tell them to stop fucking lying and instead come up with some good criticism. Because otherwise, Destiny fanboys will then look at everyone that makes criticism as just liars. But I don't really give a fuck. Destiny would deserve getting lied about, but whatever. Let's go on with this. I'm gonna stop talking. My voice already fucking hurts.
I need to stay here to keep an eye on the situation. Kale, can you head to Sumeru City and find out why she isn't here yet?
Kale!
Does it have to be me?
Kale!
I'd only assign
Hi!
a job this important to someone I trust. Are you not feeling well?
Oh no, I'm fine. I've completely recovered. It's just that if I'm going to see her, I think I need to mentally prepare myself first.
I know. You'll have a tough time if you go by
We're
yourself.
probably not going to see Kale much
If we
anymore,
could
because it's
arrange for
Fontaine
someone
events
to
now.
accompany
So...
you.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, hey there!
It's been a while. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about asking you to accompany Kale to Sumeru City. Sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just that this matter concerns research banned by the academia. Not the sort of thing you'd shout from the rooftops. Also, you happen to know about this situation. There are very few people I can trust to be discreet right now. After giving it much thought, I believe you're the most suitable person for this task. It's complicated, and this isn't the best place to talk about it. We'll fill you in on the details once she arrives. You might have heard about her in Sumeru before. Her name is Farazan, and she's a very experienced senior researcher. Let's just say that a huge part of Kasharawar's mechanical research over The past 100 years has used her academic discourse and manuscripts as their foundation. She is, but she vanished for 100 years because of a certain incident. She only returned to the academia after being found in the wilderness a few years ago.
Right, I'd heard about that she's like cursed or something, so she's really old but doesn't look it or something.
Because of that, her current personality can be a bit, strange, as is her attitude towards Kale.
I'm getting a headache just thinking about it.
She doesn't have bad intentions, so you don't have to be scared.
I'll try.
Yes. Kasharawar and Spontamod researchers are often quite prejudiced, so I can't trust them with this matter. However, Farazan isn't influenced by modern thinking. In our previous correspondence through letters, she indicated that she'd be willing to help. It's already past our arranged meeting time, but she still hasn't shown up.
I've just got an ad on Instagram for a Candy Crush ripoff, doing a collaboration with Resident Evil 4 Remake. Dear God. Also, looking at these, I want to bitch about uni again. All of these events for advertising are just parties. Which, of course, I personally think are dumb. To me, it kind of disappoints me that they're just promoting parties and stuff. Especially since stuff like that isn't particularly healthy for like a uni lifestyle, as far as I'm aware. I made a mistake of clicking on Make Money Matt on Instagram's story. He's one of those scam artists I follow on Instagram, because I like to send them to his posts to my friend, and we both laugh and also kind of get kind of sad at how goddamn greedy he is and how cynical his entire shtick is, and he is just scamming people. He's just flexing about being able to fly first class all the time now, so that's cool. And I'm glad he encourages people to sell their souls for a little bit of a chance of successing, getting money.
I don't think so. With her personality, it's more likely that she got wrapped up in some sort of trouble. Anyway, can you go with Kale to the academia and check on Farazan for me?
Thank goodness. I was so anxious.
I'm counting on you two. Kale, don't push yourself too hard. Just go there and see what's going on. Our task is important, but not that urgent. If Farazan really is in some trouble, come back and tell me about it. We can always reschedule our meeting. After all, if she's distracted by other things, it'll affect her ability to help us.
All right, let's go!
Oh yes, and one more thing. You might find her difficult to get along with at first. However, if you address her as Madam, she'll become much easier to talk to.
Sorry, what did you say? Oh, could you repeat yourself? As you know, I'm sure, hearing goes with age.
Farazan, I said that you need to give us an answer.
Yes. And did you forget to add Madam when you addressed me earlier?
Your hearing is perfectly fine.
She really is literally just Hatsune Miku.
Madam Farazan, we don't want to make things difficult for you. However, you haven't been teaching courses or supervising theses these past few years. Isn't this rather problematic as an advisor? Never mind the students, even other advisors are starting to complain.
And who, if I may ask, complained? If they have any issue with me, tell them to talk to me themselves rather than waste any of your time. You don't have to tell me anything. I very well know that it's those people from Haravatat. How I wish they'd put their time into doing proper research instead.
But, Madam Farazan, it has been a long while since you last made any practical academic contribution yourself.
Academic contribution cannot simply be divided between the tangible and the intangible. The issue here, I believe, is that the reviewer doesn't understand the very nature of knowledge itself. In any case, it makes no sense to use a metric like this to evaluate a mentor. Which sage set this rule anyway? I should write a letter of complaint right this instant.
Wait! Madame Farzan, please let me finish.
That's her, alright. But the person with her doesn't look like a Matra. Shh! She hates it when people call her young! Her body apparently stopped aging during the year she was gone. So that's why she looks the same as she did 100 years ago. Okay, I think I'm ready for this. Let's go!
Anyway, Akara Crafts and the leader of Kasharawar would like to invite you to collaborate on this project. They're wondering if you'd be interested. Madame Farzan? Are you listening?
Mm-hmm. Ah, Kale! Why are you here at the Academia? Are you feeling better now?
I'm much better, Madame Farzan. It's all thanks to the Traveler and the Dendro Archon.
Have you been sleeping well? You seem to be developing some eye bags. Is that brat Tainari forcing you to stay up late again?
No, it's because I'm a slow learner. It's not Master's fault.
Referring to Tainari as a brat. Oh dear. Okay.
It's good to be hardworking, but you need to take care of your health. I'll have to give Tainari a right talking to when I see him. I'll also prepare some health supplements for you.
There's really no need.
Ah, and is the person beside you the legendary Traveler? Oh, I've heard much about you before. In fact, I've been meaning to meet you for a while now. It is thanks to you, after all, that the Academia is finally getting back on its feet. Even Kali's illness is...
Ahem. Madame Farzan, I believe we were still discussing the collaboration with Akara Crafts.
I'd wager it's those Kasharawar dunderheads finding excuses so that I'd go to their darshan. Say no more. I have no plans to change my field of research.
If you're this unwilling to participate in the collaborative project, you can also consider teaching a class. It might be difficult to teach a course with topics that only fall within Haravatat's subjects, but we can't delay this anymore. You need to give an answer. You can teach a course or participate in a collaborative project. If you don't do either, it'll be hard for me to persuade the advisors and students who have been complaining.
Could you not give me a few more days to consider? This matter has been delayed for so long already.
That's precisely the issue. If you don't give an answer today, I fear that someone will soon escalate their complaints to the sages.
What a waste of free time these folks are. Now you two are here at Tainari's behest, I take it. I'm sorry, but given the current situation, it looks like I'll have to come over some other day. Of course. I shall need some time to think as well.
What now? She seems so busy. Master said there's no rush, but I know that he's been busy working on something at Pardees DI, so he hasn't returned to Gandharvaville for several days now.
I hope this doubles as a Collei hangout. I would really like that, because also I've been thinking, what, Fischl and Collei, I would say are tied for best 4-star characters. Yet, neither of them have hangouts. It's ludicrous. Bizarre. Absurd. Downright goofy.
I feel for Madame Farzan, but I still want to ask her to come with us. But if I get her in trouble with the Academia, then she won't have the time to help Master. What should I do? Oh, this is such a headache. Yeah, that would be the best for them both. I'll check with Master later and see if there's anything I can help him with. But I'm sure he'll say, the best thing you can do now is study hard, so I don't have to give you remedial lessons.
I think I might take us down, honestly, later. I don't like having negativity in my content. Criticism isn't bloody negativity. There's some people brand all criticism as negativity. It's not. Criticism is necessary. I don't like having shit where I'm shouting into a mic. I was really angry. I mean, I think my anger is justified. And I mean, there's worse things to shout into a mic about. I'm not backtracking on anything I said. Everything I said is true, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I didn't say anything false. And I've checked my own logic. I don't think I've said anything that's wrong. I just don't like shouting into a mic. Unless it's for something cool, like pulling Zhongyi and Mona back to back. That sounds wrong. Fuck.
Huh? Oh yes!
Continue.
This way she can get her problem sorted out quickly, and then she can go see Master. So if I also stay and help... that still sounds kinda scary. Okay then. I'm counting on you.
Huh. I have to teach students from Haravatat, or owe Kasharawar a favor. It strikes me that they might be even less happy about such a deal than I am.
I think I can sympathize with them.
We're back, Madame Farazan. The Traveler said that she can stay and help you.
Oh, why I couldn't ask for more. In fact, I'm rather curious about the type of person the Traveler is. You were the one who taught Azar a lesson after all. That said, will I be troubling you?
Something about her eyes is getting to me for something. I don't mean like a bad way. Are her eyes like smaller than other characters or something? It feels like there's something off her eyes. Maybe it's the colour of them? I don't know. Also, I gotta be honest, I actually really like Farazan's design. She is a Hatsune Miku ripoff. I like the prismatic colouring on her dress, and thematically that makes sense of her being an anime character, because of course it's swirl. That reaction kind of makes sense to be like all colourful and all. And her hair is cool. Yeah, that's a good review of character design. Right, well.
Is that so? Good. It does so happen that I do have something I need help with. Now, should I apply to teach a course with Haravatat, or join the collaborative project that Kasharawar is proposing? Honestly, I don't want to choose either of them.
You might have heard of it before. Haravatat is an academic faction that researches languages and runes. 100 years ago, Madame Farazan was a researcher from that darshan.
Now, not was. Still am.
Yes, of course. But current Haravatat students can't really... understand her direction of research. So even if she opened a course, chances are that no one would attend.
In summary, I mean to interpret the configurations and solutions of ruin mechanisms via the deciphering of on-site stone carvings and unearthed documents. It'll include research into general documents dealing with such ancient machines.
The research method is supported by Haravatat, yes, but the content deals heavily with both ruins and mechanisms. This will make it difficult for students of this darshan because they don't understand much about mechanisms. Also, there are fewer and fewer unexplored ruins left nowadays, and Ksharawar researchers have been developing their own—
They're far too complacent. Ancient mechanisms are more dangerous and complex than one might imagine. I'm telling you, things weren't like this 100 years ago. All researchers back then were interested in exploring knowledge from a variety of topics. They also gave more respect to unknown mechanisms. Nowadays, all people are interested in are mainstream subjects in popular research. Even if they attended my course, I wouldn't be interested in teaching them. Also, the people here think that my research is outdated and unrealistic, so they keep cutting my funding. Why, I think they could all stand to learn from Kale. She's a hard-working child and respects her elders.
Huh? Why me?
Ah, if only those who came to my lectures were more like you. Speaking of which, are you feeling better? You don't have to confine yourself to Gandharvaville anymore, right?
I just remembered that I have a lot of studying to do. I need to head back and find Master.
Are you telling me to start a reading course for Kale?
Huh?
Wait. Although Tainari has academic dealings with the academia, he isn't considered part of it. This means that Kale isn't technically a student.
No, she's right. The old academia became consumed by their arrogance precisely because they ignored the public. There must surely be many people like Kale and Sumeru who are passionate about learning, but cannot study due to various reasons. The old academia paid no heed to them. But if I start a reading course for Kale as a pilot, perhaps this shall come to benefit many more people in the future.
I'll need to go back and ask if this is in accordance with regulations.
Oh, save yourself the extra trouble. I'll come with you. If there's any arguments to be had, we shall sweep them aside together. Traveler, Kale, do wait for us a little while outside the academia. I'll be back in just a moment.
Wait! Let's catch up with her. I can't believe she rushed right in after we arrived. She's really headstrong. Oh, how did things turn out like this? No, not really. Madame Farazan is a brilliant scholar. Even Master thinks so. If she's really going to teach me how to read, it'll definitely be much better than me bashing my head against the wall. It's just that she can get a bit too passionate sometimes. I don't know how to handle that. Maybe it's because she wants to take me in as a student? It's just like that researcher said. The academia has completely changed during the 100 years that Farazan was gone. I don't really get it. But it does seem like Haravatat's students aren't optimistic about the prospects of doing research with her. Students who are interested in mechanisms and applications of the elements generally enroll in Ksharawar and Spontamod. Madame Farazan also refuses to accept random students just to make up numbers. She still hasn't found a student she likes, even after all this time back. But she seems to like my attitude toward learning, so she often asks me if I'm willing to become her student. It's because I'm a slow learner that I have no choice but to stay up late and study. Whenever she compliments me, I feel really guilty. It's not that. Madame Farazan respects my choices. She hasn't been trying to persuade me, especially since she knows I need to rest and recuperate. She sometimes brings food to Gandharvaville for me, and each time she says that Master can't find out. Now that you mention it, it does feel a bit like that. Do I really look that young?
Kale, Traveler, thank you for waiting. The issue has been resolved. I argued with the higher-ups and convinced them of the practicality and necessity of educating the general public. If I'm not mistaken, they're the students of my classmates' students. They're a lot less forceful than their predecessors, though. I'd say they caved rather quickly.
Amazing.
It's just that we need to fill in every single page of the application. It's been a century, but the academia is as picky as ever. Let's see now. What do we need to fill in? Course name, learning objectives, teaching methods, course materials. I suppose we can fill in the course name last. That's a bit too general, I'd say. After all, this class's target audience isn't toddlers or children, but rather people who already know the basics of reading. As such, we'll need a more specific learning objective. How about proficiency in reading and writing?
That's true. If we use children's teaching materials, we'll only end up wasting a lot of time on things that students would already know.
And you have your job as a forest ranger, Kale. People who attend this course in the future are also likely to have life commitments. We need more effective teaching methods.
Master always tells me that practice is the best way to learn. That's why I often ask him to help me find simple books to read.
It must have been difficult to get books in Sumeru in recent years, no? Tainari really went the extra mile for you. Expanding literacy is a capital notion. Now that the academia is easing restrictions on the circulation of books, there should be more people who have become interested in reading. It's a great time to conduct this course. So that's next on the list. I fear that I'm at a loss as to which books youngsters like nowadays. Would The Legend of Antara be too old of a story? Fair. Kale, what have you been reading lately?
Me? I've been reading light novels from Inazuma. I heard that ever since we were allowed to sell books in Sumeru again, some people set up stalls at Treasure Street to sell light novels. I've been meaning to go there and check it out.
Light novels? This is my first time hearing about such a thing, but I doubt I will procure suitable teaching materials from the House of Dana. Treasure Street it is.
Wait for us, Madame Farazan! You wouldn't think someone as fast as her is over 100. Let's pick up the pace and catch up to her!
What a long and mildly ungrammatical title. And why is the cover so colorful?
Is this your first time seeing a light novel, ma'am? Oh, they're the most popular of books nowadays. Would you like me to recommend something?
Fine. One shouldn't judge a book by its cover after all. May we browse through the books here?
Of course. Why don't you try this one? It's Outlander Brigade, When the Wind of Death Blew Towards the Blonde Samurai.
I heard that this book's author describes action in vivid detail.
Now I've only skimmed through a few pages, but it feels like it's all fight scenes. There are only subjects and predicates, and the syntax is a tad simple.
Subjects? Predicates?
The protagonist just ends up fighting in every scene with no proper build-up. Will anyone even enjoy a story that's only comprised of fights?
How about... the good thing about being reincarnated as a hilly churl is that I only need to eat Sunsetias to become stronger.
A reincarnation isekai story? Those are pretty popular right now.
Isekai? What in the world is that? Also, why does it become stronger by eating Sunsetias?
Oh dear. Farazan's so fucking based. Oh my god. I never thought I'd hear the actual word isekai mentioned by a character. Genshin is an isekai. It is. Since the traveler comes from another world, Genshin Impact is an isekai. Oh man.
Tropes? Ah, those fictional rules used to push the plot forward, yes? They're definitely effective in achieving a distancing effect.
Sorry. What is this distancing effect?
However, this book doesn't explain how reincarnation correlates to becoming stronger. Such an illogical rule will affect the coherence of the story. Will readers really accept this?
How about this? I had to fight tooth and nail to get this in stock.
Oh, that's the latest volume of Onibudo!
Now that's a rather normal title length. Oh, Kale, do you like this series?
Yes, but I don't like it that much. Madam, are you going to use this series as teaching material?
Let me see. The dialogue flows quite well, but there are too many phrases here that I don't recognize. Third eye of perception, illusory mirror, and so on. Are these terms that are tied to tropes?
I also thought those names were strange when I was reading them.
It's impossible to derive the meaning of these phrases in isolation. Also, their morphological properties are quite pedestrian, really. Or did the protagonist purposely create these strange names to disorient their foes? So there's no deeper purpose. It's quite hard to understand stories written these days.
You're right. It's such a weird book. But you keep wanting to read
Farazan
the next
is
page.
literally a fucking current, modern fucking YouTube film critic. But actually a little bit better, I would say. I have some mixed feelings on Mauler nowadays. I used to really, really like him. But upon re-evaluating some of Mauler's takes, they're not quite as good. His videos are like really well made, and he puts a lot of work into them, but some of his points aren't super good. And recently, he had a live stream where he defended Critical Drinker from criticism. Now, I don't know exactly what that criticism was, and I didn't even really watch the live stream. If Critical Drinker did have some criticism levied at him, which was just completely wrong, then okay. But still, I find it weird that he's friends with Critical Drinker, because I shouldn't get into this. This is a fucking Genshin Impact stream. I should not get into Critical Drinker being blatantly sexist. I just said I don't like negativity in the stream. Yeah, so I shouldn't get on about Critical Drinker. I just find it weird that Mauler defends him when if you watch a Critical Drinker video for 5 minutes, you'll very much see that it's surprising that he can get away with posting that stuff on YouTube. Because YouTube can take your shit down. There was that situation, there was that Nazi girl, a good amount of years ago now, that like Leafy and Pyrocynical made videos about, and she got kicked off YouTube. Her videos got completely removed. So I mean, you can totally get removed off YouTube for being sexist, and Critical Drinker is. He is. He says some incredibly objectifying things about women. Oh dear, he's yeah, not good. I previously had examples of him having some racist and homophobic moments, or transphobic moments. but I don't remember them, and I don't care enough to remember them. Because I'm not exactly getting into a debate with anyone about fucking Critical Drinker, how much of an arsehole he is. Well, things which I can easily cite is Critical Drinker being blatantly sexist and saying that women should only be in film if they're being sexualized, which he has said. He has said that, which is fucking disgusting of him to say that. And he is, he's been caught numerous times outright lying about films he's criticising, just to fit his agenda. Whether it's a political one, or one against just a certain director he doesn't like. He really doesn't like Rian Johnson. So when he reviews Rian Johnson films, he's been caught lying numerous times to say that Rian Johnson's writing is bad when he's literally lying about the events of a film. As a Critical Drinker, it's comical anyone takes him seriously. Because it's also not like it's not very well known that he's sexist and that he lies in his reviews. It's quite well known. The videos exposing him are very popular, more popular than a bunch of his modern videos. And again, he struggles to get through a video without being sexist. So, anyway, let's play Genshin Impact.
Even the most popular book in Sumeru back then had greater depth than anything written today. Yes, a Bahumano researcher wrote it while researching folk legends. The plot had many twists. The world building was fantastic, and even the writing could withstand scrutiny. When it was still being published, many people in the academia were reading it. Even the sages back then all described the story as a timeless classic. The series must have concluded after so many years, right? Perhaps it's even more popular now.
Is there a book like that in Sumeru? I've never heard of such a thing before. What's the title?
It's called Tales of Shariar. Do you sell it here?
Tales of Shariar? I don't think I've heard of that before. When was it published?
About 100 years ago.
100 years ago? Are you pulling my leg? What sort of book can remain popular for 100 years?
The Legend of Antara is popular to this very day, isn't it? I just heard someone telling it a few days ago in a cafe. If an old story like that is still being shared, then Tales of Shariar must be even more popular.
Even if that is the case, I really don't carry that book here in my store.
What? Is that because of the academia's strict control over books in recent years? I can't believe they've allowed the people of Sumeru to become so uncivilized. How can they not know about the Tales of Shariar?
So far, I really like Famizan. I really like her. This is the first time she's gotten any screen time.
I think I heard an antique seller on the other end of Treasure Street mention that name before.
So, I might redo my character tier list once we're done with all of these. So there's various characters I think a lot better of after this, I think.
I mean, it is a book from 100 years ago. Why don't you try asking for it there?
Tales of Shariar is considered an antique now? How could the academia have let such an excellent work of literature be forgotten like this? Traveler, Kale, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Let's meet at the antique sellers.
Madam, wait! Oh no, this is bad. You asked me why I'm scared of Madame Farazan, right? It's not because I don't know how to respond to her kindness. It's because I'm afraid of that ancient language she researches, because I can barely understand any of it. What if she uses ancient text as teaching material? Even so, what if researchers from 100 years ago like to use ancient languages in their books? We've got to catch up to her!
A book that was popular 100 years ago.
I need to go refill my water.
Quake!
I am really bad at streaming. Dear God. Good thing I'm not doing this for a living or anything. Oh dear.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Every journey has its final day. Don't rush. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory? Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth. And those that come across Liyue tend to stay a while. So it is where many things come to settle. Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Okay. Also, hung out with a cat briefly. I heard at least 3 Osmanthus wines. So I want to check quickly Farazan's kit. If I remember correctly, she's an Animo buffer. And also, people say she's only good at C6. So, standard, normal attack. What's the Bale? What does the Bale do? Bale decreases ammo res, right. Right, so she deals a little bit of immediate damage, and then she gains a specialized arrow the next time she fires. Specialized arrow groups up enemies and deals extra animo damage and debuffs enemies, making them take more damage from animo. The animo debuff is, I'm assuming it doesn't go above 30%. If it does, that's really good. I mean, 30% is decent. Problem is to me, and yeah, this is just animo damage bonus and some extra animo damage. What's her second passive do? See, this is also something about Farazan. Her kit is really confusing, but primarily just because of how it's written. This damage will be increased based on 32% of Farazan's base attack? Oh, that fucking sucks, man. That's really weak. One instance of Hurricane Guard can occur once every 0.8 seconds, okay. This damage bonus will be cleared after Profile Wind's benefit expires or after the effect is triggered once. So, like, this is just confusingly written. That last sentence doesn't need to be there. It's meaningless. Or, the second last sentence is meaningless. One instance of Hurricane Guard can occur once every 0.8 seconds. Okay, but it can only happen once anyway. So there's no point in that sentence even being there. It's just waste, and it makes it harder to understand what the fuck is going on. But that kind of just sucks anyway, because that's not much bonus damage. Yeah, so she's an animo buffer, so you only run her in double animo teams. And to me, I would think that double animo is like one of the nichest setups in the entire game. Because part of the whole point of animo is that it buffs other characters. And so, if you're running double animo, you're kind of almost missing the point of animo. Because if you run one animo, and then you run 3 characters so it can be swirled, then of course, but if you're running 2 animo characters, you're removing one of your swirl options, and so you're missing a point of animo. And so if you're going to run double animo, it needs to be really worth it, like really, really worth it. You need to be getting some massive damage bonuses out of running 2, because otherwise you're significantly hurting your damage, as far as I'm aware. And yeah, unfortunately here, she only actually buffs animo damage, she doesn't buff swirls or Well, she does buff spells by buffing anemo damage. But she doesn't do anything to like the elements that you do spell. Because I can see how she helps out Wanderer, but right, what's her Constellation 1 is good. I don't know how much that helps. Okay, that's decent. Okay, that's good. So that increases your damage output, and it triggers a pressurized collapse, and a pressurized collapse works with her 4th passive to grant an extra instance of bonus damage. So okay, I get that. But yeah, so unfortunately her kit really doesn't interest me, because like my one anemo damage character I have is Kazuha, or and Lynette, but she's not built. And yeah, I definitely wouldn't run her to buff Kazuha. The entire point of Kazuha is that he buffs other characters' damage output via swirls and viridescent venerer. So oh yeah, I think I should be able to shut up strongly. I should be able to get Tartakia's materials again now, I think. So do that after this hangout.
Found it!
Which we've barely started.
Of Tales of Shariar.
Wow, you actually found it.
I never thought this book would ever get sold.
All right, that's our teaching material secured. We also now know what to call this course. Analysis of Classical Texts. After all, this book is definitely worthy of being called a classic.
Can I take a look? Luckily the language being used here isn't ancient at all. I can recognize a few words here and there. Huh? But why aren't there pictures in this book?
As long as the writing is good, readers won't need any illustrations to imagine the scenes. Worry not, I shall thoroughly explain the difficult sections. You'll like this book.
Unfortunately, my imagination has basically died. I don't know what happened. It's just gone.
Ended up together.
I don't know.
And who obtained the desert gem in the end? Sir, do you have the subsequent volumes of this series?
I don't think so.
Is that so? And here I thought I could finally read the ending. Never mind, I'll keep searching for the later volumes myself. If I'm to use it as a teaching material, it's better to start earlier in the series. Where are the first 4 volumes? Why aren't they all together?
I don't have those either. Actually, this is the only volume I have.
Is this series really that popular?
To me, Farazan she would make more sense if she was an anemo DPS herself. But maybe then she'd be too powerful. Well, I think it'd be a cool idea if they reworked her elemental skill and made it so that her suck arrow is... But yeah, here's an idea. So make Farazan into a 5-star character, and make it so that her elemental skill is completely different. Make it a completely different ability. And then make the special arrows be part of her charge attack, just like Ganyu or Tainari, etc, etc. So instead of AoE damage arrows, she gets weaker AoE damage arrows, but they suck. and then give her another skill, and then she can actually be her own functional anemo DPS, where she buffs herself and buffs other anemo sub DPS that are supporting her. Now that's something which I think that would be more interesting than Wanderer's current kit, because Wanderer's current kit, you can't swirl. Or you can, I think. I don't have him, so I can't say. But from all I've seen of him, you never swirl with him, and swirling is the entire point of animo. So, it just seems weird to me. Anyway, let's actually play a fucking game. I want to get this done tonight.
No. It's not popular at all. Rather, there's absolutely no demand for it.
No demand? Impossible. Back then, I'd come across at least 3 groups of people talking about it during a single stroll at the Academia.
Seriously? No one told me that this book was anything special when I first got it.
Where did you get this from? Can you still contact the seller?
I'm afraid not. This book was sold together with a whole bunch of antique furniture. I didn't even notice it initially. Otherwise, the Matra would have come knocking. Wait, is this book actually worth a lot? It can't be, right?
That's impossible. No matter how strict the Academia was, there's no way Tales of Shariar could have fallen into such a state.
I do remember a passerby skimming through the book a few days ago. However, he simply sighed and left.
He sighed? Why would he react like that? Given the quality of Tales of Shariar, he should have been entranced after a single glance. I'm sorry. Traveler, Kale, please give me a moment. I'd like to look through this book first. Why is there another misunderstanding between Ali and Aziz? Also, why is there no mention of the Desert Gem at all? And a new character is introduced with no foreshadowing at all? Also, what are all these new names and terms?
Oh no! Did corporate capitalism revive a dead fucking franchise from like 100 years ago and they butchered it? Oh no! Poor fucking Farazad. She really is baller.
Is this really the Tales of Shariar I know?
Well, that passerby reacted in much the same way.
It was Zhongli.
It's Madar from the cafe over
Zhongli.
there.
So,
You know, the
I'm
fellow
racist.
who
Can't
spends
say names
all
right.
day telling the legend of Antara. Since that's also a very old story, maybe he knows a thing or two about that, Tales of, whatever it's called.
Then let's go ask around at the cafe. Huh? Madame Barzan?
Huh? Oh, yes. Let's go.
I love when I see a tiny little flying bug in my room, so I fucking clap it. That sounds really wrong. I clap my hands and squish it in my hands. I think. I think it's dead.
But are you Madar?
Yes. Are you here to listen to my story?
I often feel bad about killing bugs and shit, but to me, I mean, they're in my territory, so like, get fucked. That's the circle of life. That's how it goes. You walk into predators' territory, you can't complain that you get killed. So.
Well, we actually came to ask about something else.
I see.
Sorry.
It's fine.
I wonder if it's possible to faintly hear the Minecraft music I put on.
So, how can this terribly unpopular storyteller help you?
Do you know about Tales of Shariar?
Huh? Tales of Shariar? Why, I can barely remember the last time anyone talked about it. My master always talked about how incredibly popular that book used to be. However, I tried reciting a few chapters of it at the cafe, and I found that it's even less popular than the Legend of Antara.
Your master?
Yes, the one who taught me how to be a storyteller. He said that Tales of Shariar was written by his master's master's master. He also said that this great-great-grandmaster was an academia researcher, and that even the sages liked the series. He wrote 4 volumes back then, and the reviews just got better and better. You couldn't find a single person in Sumeru who hadn't read his books.
And then? What happened next? Why doesn't anyone know about Tales of Shariar now?
Oh, it's hard to tell when it comes to trends. One day everyone likes stories like that, and the next day their tastes change completely. Instead of writing a proper ending, this great-great-grandmaster kept trying to extend the story. To tap into popular trends, he added a lot of tropes. Then, starting from the 5th volume, the reviews started to go downhill.
How could that be? Then what happened to Tales of Shariar in the end?
In the end, there's no ending. The great-great-grandmaster tried to write a few more volumes, following whatever trends were popular at the time, but the trends kept changing right as he published his books. He got so infuriated that he stopped writing altogether and focused on his research instead.
What? So there's no ending? The readers didn't care?
By that time, only a very small number of people were reading Tales of Shariar. Anyway, my master probably exaggerated. How could a work possibly have been that popular? The only tangible thing my great-great-grandmaster left is the original draft of Legend of Antara. He also left behind many theses from his research phase. When my master talked about Legend of Antara, he'd even quote from those theses. My master is a much better storyteller than me. Even when we're telling the same story about Antara, he's always able to draw in a huge crowd. But even he won't recite Tales of Shariar due to its ever-changing writing style and its lack of an ending.
So, Antara's story is the one that lasted through the years.
Well, not even sages can definitively ascertain the quality of something like a story. In the end, only time can separate the classics from the fads.
Only time?
Madame Farazan?
It's been 100 years. Perhaps some things I once believed to be great aren't so after all.
Yeah! Master helped me find a lot of famous books at first. But in the end, I realized that I couldn't get into them. No matter how good those stories are, I can't improve my skills if I can't bring myself to read them in the first place. I think the best books for me are the ones I like.
Huh. Indeed. That is true. Readers' interest in trends of a time are not things that are so easily predicted. What was popular 100 years ago could be completely forgotten in modern times. And yet, 100 years, as far as history is concerned, is but a blink of an eye. If Tales of Shariar hadn't chased after trends and instead stuck to its original style from start to finish, it might have stood some chance of gaining renewed popularity. No, even if that didn't happen, at least it would be a work that was true to itself.
Huh? Our conversation just got a lot more serious.
I don't really get what you're talking about, but it does sound sensible. Looks like I also have to hang in there and tell Antara's story well.
How unseemly. I almost got carried away because of a single book. Well then, we should get back to the matter of our teaching material. It looks like we can't use Tales of Shariar now. No, it's much too old.
Oh.
Kale, you found a book that you liked at the bookstall, yes?
Yes, but I don't really...
Then we'll use that book as our teaching material. Now that I think about it, using a book that you like is the most suitable choice for teaching you how to read. As for the academia, as long as we come up with an appropriate course name, we should be able to get away with this. My, it sounds like you've dealt with the academia before. Let's go with that. Now then, let's return to the book vendor in a bit and buy the latest volume of this Onibudo for Kale. But if I wish to use it as teaching material, I have to read it first.
Huh?
Speaking of which, other than third eye of perception and illusory mirror, I also espy some unfamiliar phrases from the reader's messages at the back of the book. Such things as, even if it reminds me of my dark history, I still can't help but be drawn in by the story. And the author has written all the things that I only dare whisper into a tree hollow.
Oh dear.
Why do people use dark history to refer to awkward or embarrassing memories? Is this some slang that was invented in the last century? If one of our learning objectives was researching linguistic changes over the past 100 years, it might make it easier to get these books approved as teaching material.
Oh, I can tell you what that's all about. Apparently, in their youth, some people used to imagine themselves as someone burdened by fate, fighting against the world, etc. But as they grew older, they started to become embarrassed by such memories. Some would write those fantasies into novels, while others would entrust such tales to tree hollows.
Mata? You know, I suddenly have the urge to hear a story about Antara.
Huh? Why so suddenly?
I knew it. There will always be people who love the golden oldies. Now, let me tell you all...
I really like her so far. That's just one ending. I really like that. She's admonition.
Crumble!
What now? She seems so busy. Master said there's no rush, but I know that he's been busy working. I feel for, but if I get her in But if someone does complain to the and if the academia, do you have some way to invite her over to Parties DI without stepping on the academia's toes? Okay then, I'm counting on you.
Huh. I have to teach students from Haravatat or owe Kasharawar a favor. It strikes me.
Madam Farazan, we're back. Sorry for asking again, but are you sure you can't go to Parties DI today?
Well, since you're asking me so sincerely, let's just ignore the academia and...
Please, Madam Farazan, focus. Today's the deadline. Huh?
Yes. I see. No wonder he sent you two over. Why, that lad didn't make it very clear in his letter, now did he? Otherwise, I would have reported it as part of my research.
Yeah, that's right. Master sent us over to explain everything to you.
Wait. Opportunities for collaborative research don't just come out of thin air. Also, there isn't much overlap between Madame Farazan's research and that of Amort.
Master wants to research,
A fully automated irrigation system.
A fully automated irrigation system?
Precisely. It's a system that can automatically adjust the amount of water it provides based on the season and the plant species involved. I saw a similar mechanism while exploring a rune in the rainforest. That's why Tainari wanted to collaborate with me.
A mechanism like that exists?
I found it 100 years ago, so it's only natural that you don't know about it. Why don't you go ask your teacher's teacher? Perhaps they've heard about it from their teacher.
But we can't prove its existence one way or the other, right?
Fret not. I'll have Tainari write an official proposal to the academia later. That should do it, right?
An official proposal. Fine, I'll go inform my superiors now. Please do...
Sure. I'll be sure to needle him until he gets it done. Phew. I think she bought it. Even though this is our first meeting. I must say, we make a good team.
Wow! You made up that excuse on the spot, huh? Madam Farazan, did you really find an irrigation system 100 years ago? If the academia asks for any details...
Who knows? It's been 100 years. so it wouldn't be too surprising if I've forgotten a few details, no?
Huh? Then how will we explain things to them?
I'll let Tainari worry about whatever documents we might need to send to the Academia. If I'm right, the request he has in store for me won't be any simpler than the Academia nonsense.
What now? Master said there's I feel for Madame Far, but if I get her in yeah, that would be the best, but I'm sure he'll say, huh? So if I also stay and help, okay then. I'm counting on you.
Huh. I have to teach students from Haravatat.
We're back, Madame Farazan. The Traveler said that she can stay and help you.
Oh, why I couldn't ask for more. In fact, I'm rather curious about the type of person the Traveler is. You were the one who taught Azara a lesson after all. That said, is that so? Good. Now, should I apply to teach a course with Haravatat? I don't know if Tainari's told you about this before, but while my research involves learning about ruins and the mechanisms within them, I don't belong to Ksharawar, which specializes in researching mechanisms, nor am I in Spontamod, which specializes in researching energy flow. Instead, I'm part of Haravatat, which specializes in languages and scripts.
She has been invited to Ksharawar multiple times to—
Just listen to how they introduce themselves. In the future, Ksharawar will be the only Darshan with the ability to research mechanisms. There's no such thing as exclusivity in knowledge. Besides, the current Ksharawar is more concerned about how mechanisms can be used in everyday life, while my research involves textual analysis of ruins. If they're trying to use the collaborative project as an excuse to have me reconsider again—
No, that's not it. The request this time is from Akara Crafts. The representative of Ksharawar recommended you to them, Madame Farazan. In truth, she told me that it's—
Oh, respect? Oh, my. Putting aside my ideological differences with Ksharawar, I suppose I must acknowledge this attitude of theirs. At the very least, they're bounds above those decrepit Haravatat fools.
Yeah, Akara Crafts is a pretty nice shop.
Since both of you feel as such, I shall first hear this proposal.
In summary, Akara Crafts wants to design a series of early learning toys that will cultivate curiosity.
Early learning toys. Interesting.
The Academia agreed to work with them because they hope that these toys can help children become excellent—
True. The current Academia is in need of some new blood. If the children start learning now, perhaps I can find some talented students in a few years.
Madame Farazan, you still haven't found any students?
Anise, Kasharawar's representative, should be staying in the inn at Port Ormos.
If you— Port Ormos? Now there's a place I haven't been to in a long time. I wonder how much it's changed.
I probably can't join you since Port Ormos is a little far from here. I should probably go back and report to Master, and then review today's homework.
No worries. Go do your homework, Kale. Once I'm done with everything here, I'll head over to Pardistii. Thank you. Why, I'd even call this a rare chance for a curious researcher like myself to observe the legendary traveler up close.
Yeah, I figured that. I imagine the other routes won't have much Kale in them, which I'm fine with. I mean, we've got one route which is a lot about her, so I like this. This is a little bit of a Kale hangout as well.
from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chainsa. Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms. In this way, shall water deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless. The power of water is its ability to take any shape. One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Gather!
Everyone hold hands!
This is order. Stabilize.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
No touching! Everyone hold hands!
Stabilize.
As long as rain falls and rivers flow, water will exist forever.
God damn, his animations are so damn smooth. They always give like the best fucking attack animations to non-fucking DPS to non-DPS characters. It's so sad. Fucking Nishida here has her adorable as fuck little fucking hopscotch. Is that? God damn, I don't remember what it's called. Fucking little bounces. That's adorable, but I don't think Nishida works all that well as a DPS. Other people say she does, and I don't agree. Young Miko does this epic stuff. Oh, it's fucking water, of course. Young Miko has these awesome little swings of electricity which she arcs out, with entirely accurate hitboxes as well. But it's awful damage output, so you can never ever use that. Ganyu has some really slick normal attack animations. But you'd be a psychopath to use normal attacks on Ganyu. Obviously, as we know, that's stronger. Especially since he has an entirely unique charge attack animation. Not even Hu Tao has that. Hu Tao has a standard charge attack animation. What other characters can I think of? Oh, Kazuha. Kazuha has such cool normal attack animations. But he's not an animo DPS unless you C6 him, which isn't happening. Same Kuki. Kuki has some really cool animations. Oh man, Ketching's animations look really cool, but they're quite impractical, which really sucks. Oh, Collei as well. Collei has some awesome details in her normal attacks. Yeah, it's just a shame. I mean, at least it shows though that they were willing to put a lot of work into characters, even when they won't be rewarded for it.
2 bottles of Liyue's finest.
Madame Farazan! Oh, it's really you. Did you?
What the fuck is Tartaglia's essential stat again? Is it hydro damage? I think it's hydro damage.
Clear. I'm still not all that interested in Ksharawar. I'm just here to see how the project is going. After all, you are here as representatives of the academia in this collaboration. The reputation of all research is at stake here, so I will not simply stand by should mistakes get made.
Oh shit, I need to go check on the cats. I heard something happen in the next room over a moment ago. My PlayStation making some unholy noises. The PlayStation 5 seems to have some really bad ventilation problems or something. It makes them really... It is actually... Right now, it's like constantly... The fan, I think I can hear the fan going constantly. The fan goes every time you turn it on, every time you boot up a game. The PlayStation 5 has some fucking problems. And most definitely there isn't any damage caused to it or anything. It's been like that since the very beginning, since I first got it. It's just... It's got problems, it's really loud. I don't mind it being really loud, I don't give a fuck. What I do mind is that with any other past console, that means it's like... it's actually having problems, and that means it's like... You're like, you've used it too much or something like that. And like it's overheating. But that, I know it isn't the case with PS5, because it always happens. It's always going on. It's just really stressful. It's another reason to add on to the fucking pile about why I hate Sony. Honestly, if Genshin Impact wasn't a PlayStation exclusive, I think I wouldn't be playing a PS5 right now. It's a shame I would have missed out on The Last of Us, but other than The Last of Us, there isn't much I've gotten out of PlayStation that's been PlayStation exclusive. Fucking Resident Evil 4 Remake being, not being on the Xbox One is a really fucking pathetic attempt by Sony to get people to get PS5s as well. Because there's no reason for RE4 to not be on Xbox One. I think I can say that having played it. It already has graphical issues on PS5. There isn't much reason for that. The graphics aren't that crazy. It feels like gaming graphics have been going backwards since 2015. It's weird. Let's play the game.
Either way, it's good that you were willing to come.
Oh, yeah, I saw a spider and I tried to kill it.
We've given Akara Crafts
but when I
many
squashed
ideas
it,
over the past
I couldn't
couple of
find
days.
it in the tissue I
However,
used.
their owner
And I could
thinks
just
that
see
our
like two of its
designs are
legs
too
hanging off of a
complicated,
bath.
which will drive
So I
production
don't know if I
costs
killed
too
it or
far
not.
up.
I think I
That's
might have just
expected.
split off two of its legs,
Students
but
who have
I
never
couldn't
had to
find
deal with
it. So.
budgetary constraints probably don't understand how important it is to keep costs low. How enviable.
Oh, if you join the Kashara War, your budget will be as big as you want it to be. I guarantee it.
That's enough. I will not repeat myself. Take me to Akara Crafts owner first, if you please.
All right. He's usually at the slope up ahead recruiting volunteers to test out his toys. Let's just head over.
If Viridescent Venerer also loads the target's animo res as well as a res to a respective element, then I would be a lot more willing to consider Farazan casually. But it doesn't, it only affects the respective element. So, yeah. The entire point of animo is that animo is a buffing utility element, which can also get some solid damage numbers because of that. So making a buffer for a buffer element is really weird in Heavenly. So
Mamdu, the one I recommended is here.
Oh, so you're...
but so far I really like her designing character, which is a shame, because I'm probably never going to use her.
Oh, wonderful. We haven't been able to make any progress on our collaboration recently. We've made many suggestions, but Miss Anise thought that those ideas were too simple and wouldn't be effective in training the mind.
Okay, I think the cat is trying to sleep in the bathroom sink.
These These early learning toys are meant to help the academia train future researchers, after all. If they're too simple, then how are they any different from regular toys?
But if they're too complicated, not only will they be expensive to produce considering our production capabilities, but they won't have much broad appeal to Sumeru's children either.
So the design can't be too complicated, but it can't be too easy to play with either.
I remember that in your notes, many contraptions have managed to fulfill complex functions despite using simple parts.
And ultimately, I was disappointed by RE4. The more I play RE4, the less I like it.
I didn't create those.
RE4
I
remake.
took the contraptions in the ruins apart and analyzed them. But now that you mention it, the ruins did have things like that. Do you have a pen, paper, and scissors? I'll make a paper prototype.
I also don't feel particularly great when I play the original RE4 anymore, but that's not quite a fair comparison, because I've played RE4 at this point about 20 times. I played RE4 Remake once, and I didn't want to play it again afterwards. But I played RE4 Original, and it was only after a 20th playthrough where I started saying, okay, this isn't quite scratching my gaming itch anymore. I think, like, when it first released, I flopped back and forth a bit between shit talking with devs and saying it was good. I posted on my Instagram story saying the boss fights are really disappointing, which they are for the most part. I think the only boss fight they did, there's two boss fights they did well, which was Verdugo, which they did well in by literally not changing it, except for the context leading up to it, which they made worse. And Sadler, who also is, again, in most ways, a better boss fight, but again, they made him a character overall weaker, because he has much less screen time. But also there is some ways in which the Sadler boss fight is worse than the original, in that the environment is a lot less interesting. So... And God, they managed to butcher fucking... I never thought you could butcher Del Lago and the Big Cheese, but they did. They completely butchered both of those boss fights. Del Lago is literally the same, but they just made it worse. They just made it significantly worse than it was in the original, and significantly more annoying. So that was brilliant. And then with Mendez, the fucking Mendez fight, dear God. Like, I think in the original, the Mendez fight might have actually been my favourite boss fight in the game. In the remake, is by far the one I hate the most. Like, even Del Lago I prefer to it, just because Del Lago is a different kind of gameplay, at least. But the new Mendez fight in the remake fucking sucks, dude. At least compared to the original. For reasons which I could break down, but I have a fucking Hangout event to complete, so... We only have 1 of 5 endings. And we're 2.5 hours in. We should already be done by now. We should be on to a second Hangout.
You have an idea already? I suppose I should have expected as much of a respected academia... Oh, you're done already?
Let me explain. These 3 thick lines represent 3 poles. These paper strips of varying lengths represent rings of different sizes. They can be slotted onto the poles and stacked up like a tower.
Well, that is easier to make than I expected. So, how is this game played?
That's very simple as well. You just need to shift the tower from this pole to another pole.
Oh boy.
Isn't this a little too simple? Even by the standards of an early learning toy, I mean.
Of course, when moving each ring, the paper strips in this case, You must follow one rule. You can only move one ring at a time, and you can't place a bigger ring on top of a smaller one.
Yeah, I love this.
It's like building a tower. The rings in the 3 poles must be stacked from big to small.
Are we going to say
I named
that's
this
too
toy
crazy?
Pagoda Stack.
I think that's actually really good.
Pagoda
I think
stack.
that's
That
really
sounds
clever.
way too simple. Even I feel like it's missing something.
Give it a try and you'll find out if it's simple or not. I heard from Anise that you find volunteers to try out the toys, right? Why don't we do the same for this game?
It's such a simple toy. There's no need to...
Mamdu, let's just do as she says.
Huh? Okay, then.
And that's how you play this game. You can all give it a try. Let's see who's able to move the tower to another pole in the smallest number of steps.
You called everyone here for such a simple toy.
I might, frankly, I've still kept all the manuals and stuff for PlayStation. I might, at some point, take it aside and, like, take the little panels off and clean it. The thing about PlayStation which really irks me is they specifically fucking designed it to absorb dust, which is really fucking annoying. They sacrificed practicality for a shitty fucking design that doesn't even look good. It's just fucking goofy. They want to say it looks cool. It doesn't look cool. Your console is just fucking massive and impractical to place in the room setup, and it collects so much fucking dust. You specifically designed it to collect the most dust possible, and there's no protection for like getting dust in events. So you have to dust off your PlayStation every couple hours if you want to keep it dust-free. Like, I've never had to dissect a fucking console before to clear out dust from inside it, but I'm thinking that I am a little bit worried about that damaging the fucking console. So I think I will have to take the panels off and very delicately clean it. God damn, dude. I hate so many fucking things about Sony, even after getting a PS5.
Come on, we all promised to help Mr. Mamdu test out the new toys. He said he'd give us new Genius Invocation TCG cards. Ugh, fine. Let's get this over and done with so we can head back and play cards.
It's like shining my phone's flashlight through it, I can see like dust actually inside it, but behind the case as well, which I can't wipe off. I would have to take the case off. So, again, I know the dust isn't causing it because there were vent issues and stuff the entire time. The first time I booted it up, it had vent issues. It's had vent issues every single time I've ever booted it up. I just think they're getting slightly worse. But also, it's extremely hot right now. So that's also a problem. So I don't fucking know. I would hope that if they're designing a fucking console which is so bad regarding dust like this, that it wouldn't be destroyed by a little bit of dust accumulating in it. If it is, then they've literally designed a console that's designed to break. Which, dear God. I don't think I have a warranty on this either. If my PS5 broke down because like dust accumulation, and I would have to spend like another 500 quid on another one, I would be a special kind of furious. I already hate Sony. That would actually, I'd be kicking and screaming. Because, of course, at least right now, no PS5 means no Genshin. Which, yeah, no, I'm not happy about that. I definitely wouldn't want to buy a PS5 just for one game. But, I mean, hopefully they port it over to Switch eventually. They said they were going to, and then I think they haven't said anything about it in several years now. So I don't think it's happening. They've never said they've cancelled it, but they said, like, I think, like, a year after Genshin's release, like, so, like, when Inazuma came out, I think, maybe, they said they're gonna release it for Switch at some point, and they've not said anything about it again, and we've gone all the way through Inazuma, all the way through Sumeru, and we're now into Fontaine, and we haven't said anything about Genshin Impact on Switch. So, I don't know. But hopefully, that way, for PS5 folks, they won't feel all that bad about it. But no matter what, I will be fucking pissed about it. Really pissed. But you'll have to do something at some point to make sure it doesn't break down. Thing is, I can't put it on its side. I don't have space in my room to put the PlayStation on its side. I have to put it in the upright position, and it's clearly designed for the upright position. All the marketing has it in the upright position, so I'm going to fucking put it in the upright position. Oh dear. Fucking Sony, man. They sent me an email about, oh, we're raising the price for PS Plus. Yeah, I'm not... I only bought PS Plus because I had one friend which I wanted to play with. And that friend is fucking blanking me now. Fucking, So, I'm not renewing my PS Plus. Actually, I might cancel it, if it's possible. I don't know, maybe. I'll look into that.
Wait, there's more? Well, since we're already here, why don't we just give it a try?
An extra layer shouldn't make it that much harder, right?
What's going on? I've already moved over 30 steps, but I'm still not done yet.
I'm almost done. Looks like I'm the faster one this time.
Done! It took me 35 steps.
What? How?
This pagoda stack toy is pretty fun to play with.
Good.
I like that
We'll
they're
try
actually
one
acknowledging
final
how
time.
smart kids are.
This time we'll add 2 more layers, making 7 layers in total.
Ooh, 7 layers, that's okay.
Mandu, we've still got
That's a
quite
lot,
few
actually.
paper strips here.
Oh
Why
dear.
don't you give this a go as well?
There's a mathematical formula to calculate how many steps it takes. I don't remember it. But 7, that sounds like 40 plus minimum. That's scary.
Do you need that many steps for something this simple? Let me try.
Madame Faruzan, allow me to try it as well.
You were looking at it quite seriously just now. Are you starting to understand the principles involved?
I think so.
If you want to test out your hypothesis, you'll just have to play and find out.
Got it.
We don't have enough paper strips left for you, Traveler. However, by the looks of things, you seem to have the game figured out. Why don't you guess what the lowest number of steps needed to solve a 7-layer pagoda stack is?
Oh, God. I mean, 7 squared is, what, 49? Yeah. It's not that, clearly.
What a shame. You were close. However, you did well for someone seeing pagoda stack for the first time. Let's see how well they do then.
If I move this small ring, then the big one won't be able to go on top of it. Oh, this is going to take more steps than I expected.
I've lost count of how many steps I've taken. Can I restart?
This got a lot harder.
I solved it.
This...
Madame Faruzan, it takes
Wow.
127 steps in total.
Dear God.
That many? But there are only 7 layers.
Yeah, this is making me want to try one.
For every extra layer in the pagoda stack, the move order you
I
need
think
to consider
I've done
becomes
6 layers
much more
before.
complex, and the number of steps required will at least double.
More accurately, it will require double the steps, plus 1 each time. You did well. You didn't underestimate the principles behind it just because it's an early learning toy. The complexity of any given contraption isn't determined by the number of parts it has.
The way the parts interact and the rules behind how it operates are important too.
Oh, I see. No wonder you emphasized in your notes that no contraption should ever be underestimated.
I see. So even a simple toy can become complex with the right set of rules.
That's right. The rules used for Pagoda Stack are the simplest kind when it comes to ancient contraption-making techniques. I could spend some time picking out all those machines that do something similar and write you a reference book. Once that happens, you can give the volunteers the reference book and paper prototypes and find out which toy is the most popular.
Do you have any other toys? Yeah! When can we play with them?
In about 2 days or so, I think. Anise, if you're free, can you help me with the illustrations for the reference book?
Of course. I'd be honored.
2 days should be enough for us to find more
It's basically
volunteers.
Kaji gave
Then
Paul
we
almost
can
best
organize
music
a
in the game.
huge conference here, at which we can announce which toy we'll be making. You'd be most welcome. We need more people to get a healthy range of opinions. The more, the merrier.
Thank you for coming here with me today. I'll walk back with you. I'll be going then. Say hi to Tainari and Kale for me if you can. Once everything here is settled, I'll make my way over to Pardis DI as quickly as I can. Anise. We haven't had much time to get to know each other, but she seems like a good kid. She's able to calmly figure out the basic principles behind something without being influenced by others. I'll do my best to teach her over the next few days. Still, how much she learns will really depend on her. Well, her interest lies in the application of mechanisms. I do have some old knowledge to share, but if we think about the future, it's easier for her to learn the things she's interested in if she stays in Kasharawar. My research into mechanisms is, in a sense, a side effect of my research into ancient texts. If she becomes my student to learn how to make modern contraptions, it wouldn't benefit either of us in the long run. However, if she develops an interest in deciphering ancient texts over these next 2 days, that would change things. If I successfully poach a student, those young punks at Haravatat will have one less reason to cut my budget. Perhaps if this collaborative project goes smoothly, I can even ignore Haravatat and ask for a higher budget directly from the academia. Oh, I could come up with lots of ideas. With Anise's help, 2 days will be enough for our work. However, I'm still undecided as to the style of the reference book's text and illustrations. You're right. If no one understands the reference book, it doesn't matter how detailed it is. It's better to make it simpler and fun so that children will be interested in the subject. It'll also make it easier for me to recruit students in the long run. Thank you. I'll take your opinion into account. See you in 2 days.
This made me actually really like Panzan's character. I really like this, actually. I feel like, at least earlier in development, they've probably expected you to actually wait. Like, actually go do something else. Because the developers, they don't expect people to do what I do, which is explore everything first and then do quests. I was mortified when I found out about 70 or 80% of the way through Sumeru exploration about the Aranara. That's right, I only started doing I picked it up because it's basically impossible to avoid. The quest is like right here, right outside Sumeru City. Well, I picked up a quest and I ignored it. I did like 60 to 70% of Sumeru exploration, and then I started on the quest because I was like, alright, well I've got a lot of exploration now, so it's getting harder without a treasure compass, so I'll do the quest for Prima Gems now. And then I discovered, holy shit, I missed so goddamn much. So this waiting stuff probably for a lot of people, isn't expected to literally be just to open up the skip time menu. But at least that's an option.
Oh, you're here. We're just starting to set up the venue.
We've called up everyone we possibly could have. This is...
My masterpiece is going to be exhibited after all. Let's see what the Academia shall say about it this time. And if we activate this little mechanism just like that, a Sumeru rose will appear at the top of the cane.
Oh, I see. I thought it came out of thin air. It's amazing.
If the mechanism was bigger, you could make a rabbit appear, right?
Then you can't use a cane. Could you switch it out with a hat or something?
You're applying what you learned creatively. Not bad. Let's look at the next page. If you fold an origami bird like this, it'll fly further and more stably.
Whoa. You can make a mechanism using just a piece of paper?
The principles at play are even more important than the parts that make up a mechanism.
These are pretty cool. I'm tempted to try them out.
I'm not that interested in toys, but if they'll be beneficial for
Everyone, we have paper prototypes and craft materials that you can use to make your own toys. Come try them out.
This is such a well-prepared event.
But we want to play too!
It's fine. We have a lot of paper prototypes and craft materials. All feedback is also welcomed.
Oh! My origami bird flew further this time! Professor Farazan? How can I make mine fly further?
Ahem. Just madam will do. Maybe in the future, you may indeed get the chance to call me Professor. You may wish to pay attention to these few details. Here, for example. All right. Try it again.
Wow! It really did fly farther!
Madam Farazan, will we learn origami at the Academia?
Of course you will. If you become a researcher, you can explore any field you like to your heart's content. In the future, if you want, you can even become one of my students.
But Mom and Dad said that there are 6 Darshans in the Academia. Wait, was it 7? Which Darshan teaches about mechanisms in origami?
Well, in this case, it wouldn't be Haravatat.
I know. We need to choose Kasharawar.
Huh?
I want to attend Kasharawar in the future and fold even better origami birds. I want to make even more awesome mechanisms!
Actually, the other Darshans do have their own specialties, too. For example, Haravatat specializes in... Pay attention, children. Children? How did this happen?
What if we end up in a Darshan we don't like? Does that mean that we won't get to learn about the things we do like?
No, that won't happen. Take me, for example. I'm a researcher from Haravatat, but I research mechanisms. See? The only person able to restrict your curiosity as a researcher is you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not really.
Huh. It's all right. You still have a long road ahead of you. Now, do you want to learn about some other machines? Let me tell you a story about pressure-based mechanisms and elemental monuments.
Right, it's very sweet. This whole arc is very cute. So this, depending on how good these other endings are, or these other routes, this might actually end up being my favourite Hangout event, honestly. I'm actually really liking this.
I'll be going then. Say hi to Ty. You want to ask why I'm unwilling, putting aside the fact that they're too full of themselves. I actually have no issue with their research methodologies and approach. After all, knowledge is either right or wrong. Superiority and inferiority do not come into the conversation. All researchers are just doing their best to shed light on the unknown in their respective fields of expertise. No matter what corner of the unknown they shed light on, it's a step forward for us all. Because I believe wholeheartedly in that principle, even if the others call my research useless, as long as the knowledge I gain from it is accurate, it could become useful in the future. In the end, useful and useless are concepts that shouldn't be used to evaluate knowledge. When I first started deciphering ancient documents, I didn't think about how it'd be useful to Ksharawar. That's why there's no need for me to join them to do useful research. I'd rather stay in Haravatat. It's much more convenient for me to access the materials I need for my research here. Still, the funding that Ksharawar has offered me is so hard to get in Haravatat. Perhaps if this collaborative project goes smoothly, I can even ignore Haravatat and ask for a higher budget directly from the academia. Oh, I could come up with lots of ideas. With Anissa's help, 2 days will be enough for our work. However, I'm still undecided as to the style of the reference book's text and illustrations. You're right. Explanations are a core part of early developments, too. By using detailed and accurate illustrations, we can impart knowledge more effectively. It would also make it Thank you.
In the real world, are there any, like if I do this right here, because you can see how it transitions straight from rainforest to desert. Is that realistic at all? I don't do geography very well. So I don't. Does that make any sense?
Every journey has its final day.
Like, is this scientifically possible? For it to go straight from rainforest into desert? That's something I've always wondered about with, like, biome changes in video games. Also, like, I'm personally, like, I think it's weird that they made Fontaine the Hydro Nation border the desert. Like, I really think if they don't make Fontaine border Mondstadt, it's going to be really weird. Because Fontaine is literally, like, in a lot of ways, Fontaine is like an evolved Mondstadt. Which is why it's actually really, really fun to explore. So the water is all fresh, and then the surface exploration is like Mondstadt exploration, but a little bit better, because you're fighting more advanced enemies from basic hilichurls, and you have more like puzzles and quests and stuff going on than Mondstadt. And also aesthetically, of course, it's closer to Mondstadt, because Mondstadt is based on, what, Germany? And Fontaine is based on France, which are geographically quite close together. And obviously, both European and stuff, so they hold some similarities and stuff in various ways. I don't know anything about France or Germany, other than certain historical events. But yeah, it just feels weird that Fontaine borders the desert. Shasnaya is like up here, isn't it? The Shasnaya is like north, right? I'm really interested to find out what the completed map will be like. I do hope that at some point they get rid of Offer Border. Like here, I think that they should eventually round it off so that the map always naturally ends just with the ocean, instead of ending with invisible walls. I think that'd be really good. It can't be that hard, just like adding a little patch of land here. Unless there's going to be a region down here in future. Which is suspicious. Now, this shape of a map is really weird. This would absolutely make you think they're going to add something down here in future. Also, yeah, why can you scroll all the way down here, actually? That's really far. Oh, Surumi's down here. There's nothing here. There's not even anything, yeah. That's weird. Interesting.
Don't rush.
Oh, you're here.
We've called up every...
My masterpiece is going to be exhibited after... To sum up, the 24 forms of pressure-based puzzle mechanisms were used in various ruins. Alright, let's go to the next page. Now, I'll explain the base layer design of elemental monuments.
Are we done yet? Oh, I'm falling asleep.
I don't understand any of it at all.
Are these really toys?
They sound a bit too dangerous to...
Oh.
Well, we've prepared paper prototypes for everyone. If you're interested in the mechanisms Madame Farazan's talked about, you're more than...
Oh, this is no fun.
I want to go home and play Genius Invocation TCG.
Forget it. I don't think anyone would...
I should go home and take care of my children.
How did this happen? Forget about getting opinions from others.
I'm sorry. I think we miscalculated.
No, you simply gave suggestions. I was the one who decided to follow through. Anise, too, was only following my instructions. I will find a way to make up for this error. Please, give me some time. I'll write another reference book.
Excuse me, but are you the one who wrote this reference book?
Yes. Who are you?
Ah, you're that Man Mountain who was in the crowd just now.
Do I stand out that much? Well, I guess I don't look like someone who'd have... Let me introduce myself. I'm Kamal.
What's the branch master doing here?
I came to Port Ormos to visit some old friends. On the way over, I saw the... Can you print a few more copies of this booklet and sell them to the Adventurers Guild? Also, could you make full-fledged models of those paper prototypes and sell them to us as well?
What does the Adventurers Guild want?
You may see them as toys, but to adventurers who need to deal with all sorts of machines and contraptions, we have many members who can't read, so books are of little use to them. What they know of handling mechanisms is even if the academia granted public access to all their books, there are people who can't...
Ah, and our booklet is...
Well, it is designed for children.
It might be a bit too difficult for children, but it's perfect for adventurers. Also, those paper strips, if you can make wooden versions for demonstration purposes, even the most illiterate person would be able to follow along and understand. If we can supply a model set for each branch, and if each adventurer
It's something I
carries
actually
a
kind of
book
like
with them,
about Genshin Impact's
then
world
ruined
building really
exploration will
address
become
things like
much
literacy
safer.
rates.
You really think so? I mean, yes. I
It's
always
cool.
knew it. Knowledge will always be needed, one way or another.
Making models of contraptions for the Adventurers Guild? To be honest, that sounds like a good avenue to explore to me.
We'll probably have to send in a separate application. After all, this concerns safety during the exploration of ruins. It's a problem that the academia...
Then let's cut to the chase and discuss the details of our first order. The amount we're offering to pay... this much.
That was a thing which just happened. Okay. Alright, well, I thought it was going to be a bad ending. I mean, it's still bittersweet. I mean, it's not quite as sweet as the one where all children are happy, but it's cool. Farazan is happy, so that's what ultimately matters. Also, I'm happy because I get more Primo Gems. 2 more endings. So this bottom one.
Master, we're back! Huh? Where did he go?
You don't have to shout. I can hear you. Well, you got here much faster than I expected. I thought you'd have a lot more business to take care of.
Thanks to the Traveler, I was able to, pawn off various problems of mine onto others.
Onto others? What does that mean?
We can discuss that later. You're looking for me because of the thing you mentioned in the letter, right?
That's right. Please follow me.
The scholar's research seems rather mysterious.
I see everything.
Is that... Calcutta!
A monster? Why is there
Quest continuity.
Don't be scared, Kale. This is the mechanical life form the Traveler and I saved a while back. Its name is Carcotta. It's the final work of a late junior of mine.
mean Abatui? He must have been a genius to create one of such polish all by himself. It's uncommon that a Spontamod researcher is able to create such an intricate machine. If he were still around, we could probably chat the day away. What a shame. Something seems wrong here. Have you been maintaining it? Mechanical life forms are much more fragile than they look.
Is Karkata sick?
Karkata has been lying down like this since a few days ago. It could be an old malfunction acting up again. I've taken a few courses conducted by Spontamod before, so I've managed to perform some passable repairs on
Because it was
Karkata's
obvious
energy
it was
supply
Karkata
module.
from a...
However, it seems the issue this time is
he said
with
that it was
its
like banned
transmission.
research from the academia, and that's why he's looking after Karkata in the first place. But I just didn't realise that this required Tonari's crest as a prerequisite. So, I still wasn't quite expecting it.
My knowledge can only prevent its condition from deteriorating any further. But Madame Farazan, you should be able to find a way to repair it.
Not necessarily. Mechanical life forms are created using techniques from alchemy, elemental science, and more. There are multiple modules here that influence each other. A simplistic knowledge of mechanisms will not serve here. You know that as well. Each mechanical life form is very different from the next. So even I cannot be sure if my understanding of mechanical life forms is going to be of any use to our little crab friend here.
Karkata.
Can you all go outside for a minute? I need a bit of space. Before I do a thorough check, everything we've just said is but conjecture.
All right. We're counting on you, Madame Farazan.
Who knew that I'd encounter a mechanical life form in this manner after 100 years? Who knew that I'd...
Rise!
Mechanical life forms are truly incredible.
That's great attention to
Mechanical
detail.
life forms are truly incredible.
That's massive.
Hope you feel better soon, Karkata. I didn't know mechanical life forms could get sick too. You have to get better soon, Karkata.
Everyone who...
I hope Karkata... We'll wait here till Farazan finishes her inspection. In the meantime, I'd like to talk to you about her. Her past, huh? Quite a few people in the academia know about what happened to her. Perhaps it'd be best if I'm the one to tell you. I've told you before that she had disappeared for 100 years, right? From her perspective, trapped might be a more apt description. Her exact words were...
That ruin was crawling with traps and coded inscriptions from wall to wall. I did all I could to decipher the code and deactivate the traps to escape the ruin, but there was no way out. I lost track of time and I ran out of pen and paper. In the end, I had to use stone shards to write on the walls and on the floor to decipher the code. Then, before I realized it, I ran out of space on the walls and floor. I had to calculate all the possibilities in my mind. After that, my memory started to become fuzzy, and my cognition slowed down.
She doesn't remember anything else, including the location of the ruin, and how she finally managed to escape. When she was found in the outskirts of Sumeru a few years ago, She looked exactly the same as she did 100 years prior. However, she was in a stupor and struggled to form sentences. Only after a lengthy recovery period could she speak again. The academia speculates that she must have gotten trapped in an unknown ruin while researching machines a century ago. And because of the ruin's special properties that halted her aging, she was able to use those 100 years to crack the trapping mechanism and then escape. Though she had finally broken free, 100 years had passed. Everyone she knew and everyone who knew her was already gone. In the end, even the academia had to rely on century-old records in the Akasha to confirm her existence. Don't make that face. I'm not telling you this because I want to drum up sympathy. She wouldn't want others to pity her because of past events. Rather, she sees that period of entrapment as an experimental error. As a researcher, she must accept everything that results from her experiments, even if they don't fall within expectations. Even after going through so much, she's returned to Sumeru and still hasn't given up on her research. Due to changes over the years and drift in academic subjects, she holds some rather strong opinions about the current academia, and she has no shortage of detractors herself. What I want to say is that no matter what era we're in, Farazan is a true senior researcher, in every sense of the word.
My sister let the cat jump out the window. Managed to get her back in. That was almost a disaster.
She has her own deep understanding of various ruins and machines. If there's a chance, you should talk about them with her. It'll definitely be helpful for your journey.
Master, Madame Farazan's done.
Oh, let's head over. With any luck, she might have figured something out.
I never thought that I'd encounter a restitution module once again after 100 years. Abattoir really installed quite a few impressive things on this. If my guess is correct, this mechanical life form has displayed attempts at self-sustenance before, right? Such as collecting parts to repair itself, for instance?
It used them for something else, but as far as its design goes, it does have a function like that.
I knew it. If I'm not wrong, Karkata's issue lies with its restitution module. Abatui's modified this module extensively, but the core parts and design philosophy are very similar to the principles as I know them. They are all based on principles learned from the ruins. The creators of the ruins machine once tried to create a perpetual mechanism that could replace life or even surpass it. The restitution module is the result of one of their countless attempts. It replicates the behavior of living things to achieve a self-repair function. However, the energy required in maintenance of the module became an issue.
Energy consumption? Maintenance?
For example, a living thing's heart can deliver nutrients and blood to various organs. However, the bigger the living thing, the more powerful the heart needs to be. Once the heart is damaged, it'll be hard for that living thing to heal itself, and even the function of other organs can be affected. Thus, the attempt wasn't widely adopted. Even 100 years ago, I'd only seen it once before. Oh dear, this is going to be a problem. Based on my current research, I'll need to swap out the damaged parts in the restitution module to repair Karkata. But like I just said, the module is rare, even by the standards of ancient machines. Not only that, but there is very little related research documentation available. Finding suitable parts would be like trying to find a single gear in the vast desert, to say nothing of the difficulty in making those parts from scratch. One can only wonder where Abattoir found the original parts.
I might have an idea. Abattoir was, for a time, quite passionate about excavating the Great Red Sand. This was when he had just gotten expelled from the academia.
You mean to say he found a restitution module in the desert? Well, that is indeed possible.
But the desert's huge! How are we supposed to find the parts that Karkata needs?
According to the Academia's records, no similar parts have been found in the Great Red Sand over the past 100 years. If we want to try our luck, we'll have to explore ruins that have never been explored before.
I do know that a Vahumana researcher formed an expedition team after the sandstorms and earthquakes subsided.
I actually don't
They
think
are
Collie's
now
been particularly
exploring
great in this
areas of the
hangout.
desert that
She's
used
been
to
more
be difficult
childish
to
than
access.
usual, it feels like. It's weird.
Should we ask them if they've made any new discoveries lately?
The chances are slim, but it's at least more effective than running around like headless chickens.
His name is Raid. I think he's stationed at the northeast part of the Hypostyle Desert. Let's go look for him once Karkata settles down.
Oh, you and Kale should probably stay. Karkata's condition may be stable, but it would still be better if some of us stay to look after it. Besides, you still need to take care of the trouble that the Academia left for me.
Trouble from the Academia? I thought you said that you pawned it off to someone else. Wait. Don't tell me.
I'll let Kale fill you in on the details. I look forward to seeing your work, Tainari. I see everything.
I hope Karkata will recover quickly. A fully automated irrigation system. That's quite the task.
Master, can I help with anything at all? I can go buy things, prepare pen and paper.
Oh, you know, I seem to remember that you have a lot of homework today.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I do.
Well, hurry up and finish it so you can sleep early, or Farazan will worry. That's the best thing you can do now to help.
Oh, Okay. Everyone will help you feel better soon, Carcata.
What is this?
Halt! Mr. Raid's permission is required to proceed any further. That still won't do. Mr. Raid told us to keep people away from the ruins so they don't damage the site.
Damage the site? I've excavated more ruins than you've visited restaurants. Which batch of students is Raid from? I want to see him right now.
He isn't at the campsite now. You should all leave. Only he can give you permission to enter.
What a stubborn guy. You're right. Even if there is new information, we still have to wait for him to come back so we can ask him about it. So let's just see what we can find out from the people here. I'm going to give that Raid a good talking to when he gets back. Starting from who in the world mentored you?
That machine looks amazing. The location seems...
The ruins? Don't know. Forget excavation.
This area used to be ravaged by... They say that this was...
Well, I found out everything I could. Is there anything that stands out to you? To be honest, the ruins were difficult to excavate in the past, but they really are much safer now, thanks to you. However, I'm more concerned about this Ruin Wanderer they speak of. Ruin Wanderer. That's the first time I've heard that name. But that wreckage did seem a bit weird. It's a bit far away, and I can't really say for sure from this distance. Perhaps we should ask the villager from before about the legend first.
Something I really like about Farazan
What are you guys doing
is
back
that
here?
her design is very clearly very different from the rest of the Sumeru characters. Also Samouche, but Samouche is not a Sumeru character, so of course he looks different. He's from Inazuma. But she looks very different, and that actually makes, of course, a lot of sense in the universe, because she's from a different period of time. So I actually really like... I think her character design is definitely one of the better ones in the game, because of that.
I wouldn't blame you for not knowing about it, youngsters. After all, it's a tale that's over a decade old. It's said that this monster, the Ruin Wanderer, some said that it was like a giant. Then, about 10 years ago, we stopped hearing any news about it in Sumeru. No, you youngsters probably don't know about the Ruin Wanderer nowadays, but it was famous for
Centuries? Impossible.
Wait, back then?
Indulge my curiosity for a moment. Why do you think that wreckage is the Ruin Wanderer?
Well, I had also heard that secondhand from...
You heard that nonsense from the Eremites after they got drunk, right?
Who are you?
Madam Faruzan, it is a pleasure. I'm Raid, the one who organized this archaeological expedition. I'd heard of you at the Academia, but I didn't expect to run... And this must be the famous traveler, I presume?
Have you found any special contraptions and relics in the ruins that you've been investigating?
I'm ashamed to say that we haven't found anything noteworthy, even though we've been investigating for a while now.
Really? That Ruin Wanderer isn't noteworthy to you?
I'm afraid those are mere rumors. Really, I sometimes wish that those people would put as much effort into their work as they do into gossiping.
You're right, sir. I'll get back to work now.
The wise do not buy into rumors, so it is said. I believe that you too, Madame Farazan, do not put any stock into such baseless talk.
It is also said that real knowledge shall come from practice. I can help you research the excavated relics and see if I can find out anything new about them. You can take credit for any new discoveries. I believe this offer to be sufficiently attractive.
In truth, I could ask for nothing better than your... However, you two must be tired after a long journey. I'd feel bad if It's getting late and my subordinates and I are heading back to the camp to rest. Why don't you find There are tents over there that the villagers occasionally use to rest. The condition is...
Since you need to rest as well, let's do just that. Next on the agenda... This is quite far away. Are they trying to prevent the villagers from eavesdropping on them? This suits us just fine, though. This way, they won't overhear our conversations either. Now, I have my suspicions about this archaeological expedition team and that machine wreckage. I only caught a quick glimpse, and it was from a distance. But based on the condition of the armor and joints, it didn't seem like something that had been lying around for centuries. At most, I'd estimate that it only stopped moving about a dozen years ago. Yes, the timing coincides with the spreading of the legend. Now, how do you suppose it was able to maintain a relatively good condition despite high-intensity operation over the course of several decades? That's right. Technically speaking, the module shouldn't be able to move such a large machine chassis. However, I'm basing my knowledge on the mechanical life forms I've seen before. Well, this was over 100 years ago. It was a machine about the same size as Karkata, actually. It couldn't carry heavy objects or fight, and was only able to help me record some notes. It also helped me deliver letters home. I found it near the desert, which is why I wondered if there might be more restitution modules buried around here. Honestly, people in ancient times might have already solved the problem of providing enough power for all I know. I'll need to research this properly. Had I confronted Raid right there and then, he would have said that he couldn't tell that the machine was special. Then he'd just hand it over to the Academia obediently, and he'd get away scot-free. If the wreckage were to be handed to the Academia, it'd be much tougher for us to do research on it or get spare parts for Karkata. Anyway, we should figure out what they're planning before making our next move. They insisted that we should stay the night, which means if they're trying to pull a fast one on us, they're likely to try tonight. We must be vigilant. Are those sounds coming from the excavation site? I knew they wouldn't be able to wait. They must be scared that we might discover something tomorrow. Not a single person guarding the campsite. This must be quite the manpower expenditure. I'll see if they left any clues behind at their camp. Keep watch and help me stall them if it comes to that, would you? All right. I'm counting on you.
Am I correct in thinking this camp wasn't here before? I remember this.
Why isn't the tent here yet? We need to switch it out tonight.
It's still on the way. I'm afraid this is the first time we're delivering such...
You good-for-nothings are just a load of trouble, aren't you? We wouldn't have to deal with these interlopers if you had... Hurry up and hide our current tent and deliver the new one to me tonight, no matter...
Huh? Who's there?
I'm sorry. I'm just a bit upset because my subordinates aren't doing their jobs properly. When did you get here? It's nothing. Just a tent. We didn't pack up all our tents from the last campsite. Some of them, along with a few people, have been left there. Someone damaged our current tent, so I'm trying to get my subordinates to get one from that previous campsite delivered here. The relics in the ruins are highly valuable, so I'm worried that treasure hoarders and bandits might try to steal them. Since the tent isn't here yet and I can't fall asleep, I came here to patrol. Well, these things are antiques after all. There will always be people interested in buying them. I hired so many people precisely because I was worried about that happening. Speaking of which, I'd like to ask, is the Academia really aware that you've traversed through the desert to come here in the middle of the night? Also, where's Faruzan? Why isn't she with you?
I'm right here. Also, you forgot to address me as Madam.
Sorry, Madam Faruzan.
You were all making so much noise that I couldn't sleep, which is why I got the Traveler to find out what was going on. But for some reason, that one task took forever, so I came to check in on the situation.
I'm very sorry for disturbing your rest. I'll tell my subordinates to be quieter on patrol.
Good. Come on, Traveler. Let's head back. Yes, we came to check out the situation, didn't we? Well, we've already done that. We should get better rest so that we'll have energy to investigate tomorrow.
Why now, of all times?
I see everything.
Gather!
Thanks for dealing with them. Now, I found something good on my end. These are the excavation records from their campsite. According to them, the ruins have been raided before, with numerous traps and contraptions having already been triggered. I also observed the wreckage up close earlier. The weathering is nowhere near as extensive as on the relics that have been buried for over 100 years. There's no doubt that the wreckage and the ruins don't belong to the same era. Instead, it must have wandered into the ruins about a dozen years ago. It could have fallen into a trap or encountered a glitch within the ruins, remaining stationary like that until it was discovered recently. However, I still don't know why they'd want to hide it. I have no doubt that the researcher could definitely reach the same conclusion I did. The last few pages of the excavation records are written in code, which I still need time to decipher. The answer may lie within those pages. It's just wordplay. And if anything, that's my wheelhouse. Just a bit more. Ah, I see now.
Help! Please help! Why are you running away? Come back! Protect me!
What's that sound? Is it? The Ruin Wanderer? Reactivated? That's impossible! Is this the work of some kind of hidden mechanism? Never mind. We have to focus on saving lives first. I'll cover them. You go stall the Ruin Wanderer. What? It ignored the Traveler?
Why is it chasing after us?
What could have caused it to reactivate? And to give chase?
Darn it! Hey, come on, you lot! It's clear that we can't escape, so let's just attack it!
It stopped?
Hey, you guys, get up there and tell me what's going on!
But what if it suddenly moves?
You good-for-nothings! Why is everyone I hired so useless? Move! I'll do it myself. Looks like this thing's parts can't handle the load of functioning anymore after years of disrepair. When it first reactivated, I was wondering if it'd be as amazing as the legends had pegged it to be. I didn't expect it to be so much weaker than it looks. How disappointing.
Disappointing, you say? Now, is that because you won't be able to sell it for much?
Faruzan, you may be my senior as an academia researcher, but that doesn't mean you get to slander me.
You wrote these excavation records, did you not? Or perhaps calling it a ledger might jog your memory a bit better.
I don't recognize that thing.
January 3rd, excavated 5 tenths. January 5th, 3 tenths sold.
January 10th. One special tent pre-sold. It must quickly be switched out with an old tent. You're supposed to be an archaeological expedition team, and yet here you are, secretly selling the relics and profiting from it. When you believed that you had found the wreckage of the Ruin Wanderer, you tried to switch in wreckage that you had excavated previously to pull the wool over the Academia's eyes. After all, there would probably be many wealthy buyers interested in purchasing the legendary Ruin Wanderer in the black market, yes? And then we arrived just before you could finish your work. That forced you to speed up your plan, and you tried to complete the switch overnight before I could investigate the wreckage. In your haste, however, you accidentally activated the Ruin Wanderer instead. Did I get that all right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You lack the curiosity befitting a man of knowledge, nor do you have respect for mechanical life forms. You're not fit to be a researcher.
Ridiculous. Curiosity? Respect? I'm not here to hear you preach. Hey, we're leaving.
Mr. Raid!
Behind you?
Ah! Ah!
Why is it moving again? Run!
Some said that it was like a giant, while others said that it was like a beast.
Technically speaking, the module shouldn't be able to move such a large machine chassis. However, I'm basing my knowledge on the centuries? Impossible. I heard nothing about it back then.
Why is it chasing after?
So you've been looking for me this whole time? Long time no see, Tamimi.
Dear Farazan, I hope you're doing well. It has been over 20 years since you went missing. People from the Academia keep telling us to give up and that you're most likely dead. But somehow, I feel like you're still alive. Yes, that you live still in some corner of this world. You've always been persistent, able to shine no matter what situation you face. I believe that this persistence serves you well in surviving and finding your way home. Unfortunately, I likely won't be able to welcome you home when you do. I don't have much time left, and my reflexes have slowed. Others keep telling me to stop exploring ruins. Only Tamimi is still the same as before, always running off to places which you've been to. Your teacher and friends came up with an idea to remodel Tamimi, so it can search for you in our place. You didn't like coming home back then and would always get Tamimi to send a letter back. Now we're leaving a letter with Tamimi. I wonder if it'll ever be delivered to you. I don't know the answer to that question, but if you ever read this letter, I hope it'll be when you've already found your way home. I regret not being able to say this to you myself, but I'll still feel sincerely happy for you. My dear daughter.
Welcome home, Farazan. Look at you, Tamimi. You've changed so much after all these years. Thank you for waiting for me all this time. I've safely received the letters.
Your work is done now. You can sleep.
I actually didn't catch some of that line there because the Minecraft music is too loud. And I'm not going to catch it on the fucking clip replay because it's so quiet either. That's unfortunate.
Tamimi, the mechanical life form I encountered back then. When I would go on expeditions, it would follow me, take notes for me, and send my letters home. When I met with that accident, it was on the way to deliver a letter for me. I once thought that I'd never get to see it again. I didn't expect my teacher and others to remodel its self-repair function, upgrading it to self-learning. And so, in order to plumb the depths of unknown ruins and overcome dangerous traps, it repaired and modified itself using parts it found along the way. One decade of wandering became many, and soon, Tamimi, which used to be incapable of even moving heavy objects, became the Ruin Wanderer. All so it could deliver these last letters from them to me. The strain to support such a huge body must have turned out to be too much for your heart, right? Even after the remodeling, its restitution module still can't function perfectly in perpetuity. It has been pushing itself beyond its limits over the past few decades. Just like a living being, mechanical life forms have a limited lifespan. It probably became trapped in the ruins all those years ago because its shelf life had run out. It most likely only reactivated because it detected my presence. And then it mustered up everything it had to deliver that last letter. Now, it can finally rest in peace. Tainari told you what happened to me, right? You don't have to apologize. It's not like this incident is a secret in the academia. Besides, I've always treated it as a failed experiment. As a researcher, I must accept this result. However, finding out that so many people were affected by my failure does make me feel somewhat conflicted. Can you head back to Pardis DI first? We've been here for a while, and it's best not to make Kale and the rest worry. As for me, I want to stay with Tamimi for a bit longer. Just a bit. Grow!
Crumble!
Ah, how was your journey through the desert? Wait, where's Madame Farazan?
Oh no. She finally got to reunite with an old friend from 100 years ago. But...
As a researcher, she could perhaps accept it. However, As a friend, student, and a daughter, we should give her some time. Let's just wait for her here. And in the future, I hope that we can be here to support her as her new friends.
I'm back! What? Is there to be no welcoming party?
We've all been waiting for you, Madame Farazan.
That's more like it. Now, here are some components I brought back from the desert. Switch these out with the ones Karkata is using right now, and it'll be back in ship shape. Huh? Why do you all look so solemn? Come now. Liveliness befits youngsters more.
Madame Farazan, did these parts come from...
Come now. I thought that you must have encountered some major problem. This isn't something you have to worry about. Well, it looks like you already know everything. But no need to feel bad. Like I said before, as researchers, we must learn to accept our failures. Tamimi had been operating beyond capacity for a century, and I'm unable to repair it with my current abilities. Not even with these parts. It would thus be much better to use them to extend Karkata's lifespan. As a senior, it is only right that I do something for the people who come after me. That holds true for both researchers and machines. Besides, I didn't say that I would be giving you these parts for free. They will only be used for Karkata temporarily. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to help me with my research. I'll be sure to revive Tamimi once I've fully deciphered and replicated the creations of the ancient civilization.
All right. I'll do my best to help.
Me too. Although, I'm not sure if I'll be much help.
Thank you. If they could remodel Tamimi successfully even back then, there's no reason why we won't be able to do even better. And when that day comes, I'll be sure to say, welcome home, Tamimi.
I love these pictures, they're so sweet. They didn't have to include these, and we didn't have to include the function to save them straight to your console, but they did. And I love them.
Where do you want to go next?
You're back!
Ah. So, Madame Farazan has some other things to settle. All right. And to think that Raid was doing all those things on the sly. It's good that you all got out of that situation in one piece.
Madame Farazan will be able to repair Karkata when she gets back, won't she?
What? Is there to be no welcoming party?
Madame Farazan, we're over here!
That's more like it. Now, here are some components I brought back from the desert. Switch these out with the ones Karkata is using right now, and it'll be back in ship shape.
So this is a relic of an ancient civilization. Unbelievable. Thankfully, it didn't end up in Raid's unscrupulous hands.
Unscrupulous, huh? Sounds like you already told them what happened. Is that so? Thank you. We will talk about everything else later. It's nothing. I've already given all the evidence we have against Raid to the Academia. They're going to be very busy. Too busy to bother us, I'd wager. I'll start repairing Karkata then. Kale, can you help me out?
Of course!
Farazan seems to have a lot on her mind. Now's probably not the time to pry.
Will I be able to take Karkata with me on patrol duty in the future? It looks fine, but even so, it needs to properly rest up. What they say is true. You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is.
There's still a... Time to begin work?
Surely everyone knows quantity cannot make up for quality.
I see everything.
Ah, you're here. Thank you for keeping Tamimi a secret. If I tell them about Tamimi, will they still feel happy for Karkata? Even if we could convince them to accept the components, they'll probably still feel bad about it. I don't want my past to affect people in the present. That applies to both me and other people. It's fine. I'm used to this. I once believed that I'd never hear from my old friends and family ever again. Even their faces are getting hazier in my memories. However, I could remember them clearly again after reading the letter Tamimi handed to me and learning that they'd never given up on me. That's more than enough. I'd be disappointing them if I let myself fall into a slump because of this. Neither my teacher nor my mother would have wanted to see me like that. Besides, you're lending a listening ear to me now, aren't you? Oh, Pardius GI looks pretty scenic at night. Will you take a stroll with me? Once Karkata's condition stabilizes, I'll find a chance to tell Tainari and Kale about all that. But for now, just help me keep this secret. Thank you. Whether it's 100 years ago or now, I have people who worry about me. I suppose I should consider myself quite fortunate. The only time when I felt otherwise was when I had just returned to Sumeru. No one came to check up on me then. Yeah, I'm home.
That was great.
This place is so boring.
Yeah, that's the best hangout so far. I'll probably say that, then Noelle's, then Barbara's, and then after that I don't know. Noelle's, Barbara's, Farazan, Noelle, Barbara, Beidou, Hazo, Goro, Toma, Bennett, Chongyun, Sayu. Demote Goro to below Toma. Farazan, Noelle, Barbara. Okay, yeah. So then Beidou, Bennett, Chongyun, Hazo, Toma, Goro, Sayu, Diona. Jesus, like that, all of the stories around, all of the paths were all great. All of those were great. This one, Kale gets lots of screen time, which is lovely. These two are both very sweet and show off really good aspects of like her character, her intelligence and stuff, which is really nice. This one was cool as well. And I like, actually, sometimes the differences between these endings are really dumb. Like, Hazo has one where, of course, you just end the play differently. And that's kind of like, oh, they couldn't figure out an excuse to have a different ending, so they just put in a choice there. These two endings actually kind of make sense. And I like having endings like this, because then it means you don't have to replay too much. We actually managed to put two separate endings here without you having to replay too much, whilst actually having them be meaningfully different. Also, like, there's no, like, canonicity concerns. Because naturally, effectively, all of these will just lead into this bottom timeline happening later. Whereas in, like, other events, it's like, whose was it? Was it Sayu's? But of course, there's one timeline where you find out someone's fucking child got kidnapped. And if you don't get that timeline, then that child remains kidnapped for potentially a while. So... this doesn't have any of those issues. There's no, like, mechanical issues, like the annoying as fuck moment where you have to figure out, you have to figure out, like, a murder case for Hazo's one. That's just really annoying and kind of boring. There's nothing like that. The dialogue is fun. It isn't just Farazan. You had Kole and Tainari in there as well. Good characterization and stuff. The one thing it's lacking is a character trial. But even then, I would say, again, Farazan is an animo buffer, so she wouldn't really benefit all that much from a trial anyways. If there's one character whose trial you're going to skip out on, it makes sense for it to be Farazan, because it's highly unlikely that the player is going to be running a team which would want Farazan when they're doing her hangout. So yeah, I would say this is probably the best hangout so far. I really like this one. That was great. $6,000 fucking Primo Gems. It has been a long time since I've been at just 6,000 Primo Gems, man. It's been months. Yeah, Jesus. Like, the last time I had, like, below 100 Primo Gems would be... below 100 Primo Gems, below 100 Fates worth of Primo Gems would be, like, a little bit after Kazua's banner. I think. Yeah. Ages ago. Damn. Because, of course, Eula Klee's banner was the first banner and only banner I've ever skipped so far. And so I managed to get loads of primos since then. Yeah, I'm earning them back. We're earning them back. I do still hope that Hu Tao is the... Look, I don't mind the next banner being one of the characters that I desire. My one problem would just be if there's several characters I desire in a row. Because if it is the next character if the next banner is a character I want, and there's a solid chance it will be, there's quite a good chance the next banner will be Hu Tao, then I have to spend money to get her, which I don't have an issue with doing, but then, if it's followed up by A, then I do have a big problem.
Next on the agenda.
And I would have to spend a lot of money to secure them both. So as long as it's just one character I need, it's fine. I can get them, and then I can save up until I get the other. And likely... I mean, yeah, we shouldn't expect A for at least another month or two. I imagine they probably will just go with a routine of just putting A's banner up every Christmas. Because that seems to work out pretty damn well for them so far. And I mean, Zhongli's, this run has actually been almost dead on like a year since his last run, I think. His last run was in the latter end of September, this is in the earlier end of September.
Right.
So I imagine maybe we can expect to get A in early December then.
Quake.
Venti was early October last year, I think. And he would be early October this year if people's predictions are correct as well.
Right.
So yeah, that makes sense. Look, I think I'd be clear as long as I can just skip a patch. As long as I can skip another banner, if the next banner is Hu Tao, I can spend the money on her, and then as long as I can skip a patch prior to A appearing, I should be fine. There's also a matter of course, if I get an early pull and if I win with 50-50 or not. There are still several standard banner characters I'm interested in. In fact, I'm interested in all of them. I just don't want any constellations. Like, even Dea, I'm interested in Dea. Dea's actual kit, or at least her elemental skill, interests me. It's her burst which irritates me, and also, of course, I don't know how strong she truly is. I mean, I feel like Dea is a decent combo with Nahida. Because in a kind of shitty way, Dea is a Pyro Nahida, basically. Or a Pyro... Well, she's kinda a Pyro Xingqiu, but not really. Definitely go with Toma on that. He's much closer to being Xingqiu than Dea. Dea's a Pyro Nahida, but whereas Nahida needs elemental reactions, Dea just requires you to damage the enemy. And of course, Nahida likes having a Pyro enemy in her team, so I think they'd work together. But I'm interested in Diluc, even though he's not all that good, supposedly. I'm interested in Chi-Chi as a cryo sub DPS and healer. I'm interested in Tainari because I know he has extremely high single target damage, and I like Dendro, and I like his counter. And I actually would probably have some good bows for him. Of course, I like bow counters as well, if I wasn't already evident. Righty, so that hangout was great. Actually, suddenly feels like there aren't an awful lot left now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know which ones I'll do next, but I want to save Kare and I think Ningguang's for last. Layla's also a character who hasn't received any screen time yet. It's been a while since I last saw Yunjin. I don't remember whose banner it was, but she was on a banner recently. And I tried to get her. I spent like 30 wishes or something trying to get her, and I didn't get her. It was very sad. So I actually I really liked her design, and I kind of liked her kit, I think. I didn't like that she was Geo, but otherwise I liked her kit. But yeah, no Yunjin, unfortunately. Alrighty, I don't know if I'm going to turn my PlayStation off in case it blows up. It shouldn't blow up if Sony are not a dogshit company. But I think they are, so... Ooh, teapot stuff. Real quick. Oh yeah, at some point I do want to go into like the beach domain, or wherever it is. The beach layout and actually build it up. It's actually going to like it. Two hours. What time is it in 2 hours? That's 3 o'clock. It's not happening. This can happen, though. 16-minute timer. Really hungry for some reason. Let's buy another one. Yo, there's actually only one character I can get from that, so I won't. Don't have Kujo-Sara. Don't have either of you two. I do have you two. Wait, do I still have enough money to buy another? Yeah, I do.
If you ever...
Oh, I don't need to visit another layout, see what I need. There isn't much point in checking what I need. If I'm missing anything, I can't work on it. Indoors. That's actually a good sign. I have lots of indoors in Zuma furniture. I built lots for Pokemon and A's rooms, which I already have prepared. I don't have it. Oh, I'm actually missing a lot of stuff apparently. Reputation level? Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I suppose this is weeks away from me getting, I suppose. Never mind. Oh, fuck me. At least that means I might as well buy another one. I'm actually starting to run out of the gift sets. I mean, I have been working through these for like best part of a month now, I think, so fair enough. Okay, so one, 2, 3 double sets.
If you ever...
Now, Sumeri sets are problematic for me, I think, especially desert ones. I don't think I have a single decoration from a desert pre-built. I have most of the blueprints, I'm pretty sure, but I don't have any built ones, so it'd be a lot of investment. Oh god. All of these are going to be lots of investment now. Oh dear. I'll have to Google this one. Oh dear. Well, I suppose that means I get more primos out of it. I'm really surprised I could be missing so many remarkable chests. Oh no, it doesn't mean I've missed a remarkable chest, it just means I haven't built it. I potentially have them. So I mean, I have every single area in Sumeru 100%ed. It's great. Sumeru is the one region which I have truly 100%ed. The other day, I saw people complaining about Electroculus. Not Electroculus, Electrogranum.
It's so
And
nice to
I
distress.
thought it was fucking bizarre, their complaints. Their complaints were that the slingshot thingies where he summon. There's one over here as an example. At least I think it is. Is it part of a daily commission? It is part of a daily commission. They said that those were bad because those slingshotted them with momentum instead of Sumeru ones, where Sumeru ones just warp you basically on top of them. And I mean, both are valid, but I think people acting like the giving you momentum is bad is ridiculous, because you can use that momentum to your advantage easily. And it can help you get around quicker. I really like it. I think the real problem with them is the finickiness about how they're targeted and stuff.
Now, emerge. Right now.
Solidify.
Access denied.
For me.
I will have order.
Gather.
You win.
Battle.
Righty, that's that.